The time being 5 p.m. on Wednesday, March 4th, I will now call to order the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board regular meeting. Secretary Ringgold, will you please take the roll?
Commissioner Benny.
Present.
Commissioner Carbajal Moran.
Present.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Present.
Commissioner Forney. Absent. Commissioner Frederick. Absent. Commissioner Garcia.
Present.
Commissioner Rucker.
Here.
Vice President Deshpande.
Here.
President Olson.
Here, and
have a-
I will. Oh,
You have a quorum.
And I'll note for the record, both Commissioners Forney and Frederick have reached out ahead of time to let us know of their absence. I will now move on to approval of the agenda. Would someone please move that?
I'll move the agenda for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, and discussion, I will, I think I can probably just do this by my voice, but we'll do it formally here. I would like to move actually to amend the agenda to move in unfinished business the 2026 Commissioner onboarding department introductions to just after the reports of officers. Can I get a second for that?
Second.
All right, this is just to facilitate our staff being able to present that. All those in favor of amending the agenda as such, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, with that, the agenda is passed. We are now on to discussion of the agenda. See none as amended. All those in favor of the amended agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
With that, our agenda is passed. We do not have minutes for today, and we are on to reports of officers with Superintendent Bangora. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, President Olson and Commissioners. Good to see everybody today. We'll start right in and work through the wonderful work that we do every day in this organization. So let's go through this. Strategic Direction A, act boldly for our climate future. We're going to talk about our mowers. The Equipment Services Department recently purchased 2 replacement green mowers for MPRB golf courses. The Green Master E-Triflex models carry no hydraulic fluid and utilize all electric components for traction, for steering, lift, and for cutting. These energy-smart models are operationally friendly with noticeable noise reduction, operational cost savings up to 20%, and other meaningful improvements to complement the ever-important enhance in cutting performance. Strategic Direction B, cultivate each community's place and honor cultural traditions in Minneapolis parks. Community Garden Report. Every year, staff conduct a racial equity evaluation of the Community Garden Program to better understand the impact of the policy and program, identify barriers, and suggest improvements. The 2025 evaluation was recently completed and has been posted and shared with the public on the Community Garden webpage. Strategic Direction C, implement quality youth and intergenerational programs, Urban 95 program. We are excited to share that Margaret Yeager, Child Development Manager, Elise Moen, Child Development Supervisor, and Lyndon Weirdsweirda, Data Insights Analyst, and Nicole Hernandez have been selected to participate in the 2026 Urban 95 Academy, which is delivered by the London School of Economics and Political Science in partnership with the Van Leer Foundation. Urban 95 is an international leadership program that supports municipal leaders in accelerating positive social, environmental, and economic change. The Academy challenges participants to examine how the physical realities of a city, including public spaces, transportation, and neighborhood infrastructure shape early childhood development and long-term outcomes. As part of the program, the team will identify a city-level challenge and develop an action strategy that connects system-level change to improved quality of life for young children and families. Really exciting, and I know that Nicole and her team I think they're at 6 o'clock a.m. mornings, so they're really putting the time in and very, very exciting about this, and I can't congratulate them enough for being a part of this. Really, really exciting. Strategic direction D, care for park assets to meet evolving needs and practices. Golden Boot and Golden Nozzle winners. All right, the ice rink officially closed February 15th. Ahead of the closures, Asset Management recognized those rinks that were the best in each service area. The Golden Nozzle Award and the best overall, which is called the Golden Boot Award. The winners of the 2025 Golden Nozzle represents the best rinks in each service area. These rinks and teams showed great passion, skill, and attention to detail and customer service. And I will tell you that this is a very serious competition. They take our rinks very seriously, but it also just shows excellence in the work that we do, and they take pride in this. So it's just a really wonderful thing that I know that Jeremy, our Assistant Superintendent of Environmental Stewardship, and his team have put together. So very, very cool. So the recognized teams are Van Cleef Park, Northeast Service Area, Ethan Tosto, Aaron Mandelman, Nathan Middahl, Leaf Rona, and Jeremy Goss. I'm a hack on some of these names, so forgive me. Bohannon Park, North Service Area, William Ransom, Jamal Odom, Kyle Matkowski, and Damon Kelly. Lake of the Isles Park, Southwest Service Area, Asher Oliver, Mecca Johnson, Pedro Corusco, Quinn Woodbury, Brian Rosenberg, Riley Benjamin Korsch, and Alex Washington. At Matthews Park, Upper South Service Area, Farhid Far, and I'm going to get this wrong here, but I'll say Farhid Far, Riley Unzicker, Carlos Sherman, and John Belbin. And Pearl Park, Lower South Service Area, Crispin Jackson, William Volmore, Jose Gonzalez de Los Angeles, Tim Lindstrom, Lou Vu. The last one, Bryan Square Park, which is citywide, Steve Stensland, Mark Cleveland, Jennifer Dennis, Alex Annabal, Mike Schweiger, Donovan Sullivan, Eric Veit, Brent Mason, and John Hartfield. And my apologies to all of those folks that I've just destroyed your last names, but they're all absolutely amazing. I should do a phonetic thing before I do this. So, and the winner of the 2025 Golden Boot is awarded to the crew at Van Cleef Park. So, the judging team, yeah, it's amazing. I would have the actual trophies up there. They're really, really cool. I'll bring it next time to show you. They're pretty amazing. The judging team was impressed with the high quality and consistent ice, well-maintained and painted boards, clean warming room, garbage and recycling bins in convenient locations, and no ice buildup on the boards. Congratulations to all the recognized winners this year, and they're absolutely amazing. And if you have been at our ice rinks, you know the wonderful job that they do. It's absolutely impressive, and congratulations to all of them. And again, what a wonderful, wonderful recognition to these amazing workers every single day out and taking care of these wonderful ice rinks. So, strategic direction E, steward our natural resources, first aid training. This February, 4 staff participated in the CPR and first aid training. The American Red Cross updated this training for 2026, and staff learned the revised standards. The certification is valid for 2 years. The training included videos, discussions, and useful hands-on practice with instructors available for questions and feedback in addition to their evaluations. In total, 63 members of forestry took the course and were certified. So congratulations to all of them. And the last thing I want to bring forward too is to talk about our ice response. And I know this is our report that we give a commissioner, just to update you all on what we are, what's happening within the organization and what's happening out in our park system. So operational efforts are moving toward recovery, but we are not quite there yet, right? So while immediate concerns are easing, we recognize community and staff may still feel uncertain, and we will continue focused support of our organization and our staff. Reports of ice activity in parks have decreased. Our tracking form remains open, so staff and community members can continue documenting potential violations and patterns. This information supports ongoing assessments and any future litigation considerations that we've talked about before. Public parking lots are currently open, Temporary closures were previously implemented in response to reoccurring staging issues at certain locations, and we know Powderhorn, of course, one of those. Barricades remain on standby and can be reinstalled if conditions changed at any point. We are obviously being aware and responsive. We will continue offering safety training for our staff. We are transitioning from an immediate incident response posture to an ongoing safety and readiness approach for our staff. We will continue food distribution at selected sites. We're also exploring another craft drive and additional activity kit support for families who remain at home and may benefit from low barrier resources. And I'm assuming we are doing this, of course, because the need is there, and the first one we did was so successful. And so, again, thank you to Nicole and her team and Newman and everybody to, again, continue doing this for our community. It's a wonderful response, and we're glad to do it. Other ways we're supporting staff. We're creating a trauma-informed space. We're offering an employee assistance program group support session with practical coping strategies and permission to just listen in those spaces. We're offering stress tools through benefits. Medica can join a stress management mindfulness series that we're also offering. And we're building connections and community at work. Optional employee outings with discounted group ticket options, so to the Minnesota Orchestra, Minnesota Frost games, Timberwolves games, and the Twins games. So we're offering that, of course, to our community, our folks at work, to participate in those things and to enjoy those opportunities to go to the games. The last thing is ongoing well-being for our community, our staff. Caregiver and elder care support group. That's the last Thursday monthly for our team. Mindful Minute. It's Wednesdays from 9 a.m. It's 10 minutes. And we're also doing a parenting group. It's the third Thursday monthly with schedules posted. So we wanted to share that with you all. And if you have any questions, President Olson and Commissioners, we stand ready to answer. So thank you for the time and the opportunity to share this information.
Great, thank you. Okay, Commissioners, any questions for the superintendent on any of this? All right, I do have one. During our last meeting, some folks during open time brought up some interesting questions around community engagement and kind of statistics for engagement that we had for parkways during COVID. And I think I heard you were gonna look into that. I'm wondering if you, for the record, what engagement we were able to do, if there was any, just so folks can understand.
That question, and I'll speak to it in two parts. During the closure of parkways during the COVID-19 pandemic, they were closed using the emergency authorities of the superintendent. I think as an organization, we were putting all efforts towards getting spaces for social distancing in our park spaces. And during that, we didn't do any engagement. I think many of us would have heard anecdotally that there was interest in that and that the closures were successful for those particular sets of conditions, but there was no specific engagement done during those closures. I think there might also be some understanding or some maybe misunderstanding that there was engagement related to the Open Parkways Toolkit process. There would have been, largely focused on a pilot process. The work on that project was suspended before we actually initiated engagement. So there is no data, no information that was gathered during either the COVID-19 closures or what we were doing relative to the Open Parkways Toolkit project.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, and also there's another huge crisis, going on in our parks at the time, which required a lot of resources. So,
Yes.
Thanks for that. Okay, we are now on to the Commissioner onboarding. So we have Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and Assistant Superintendent Hernandez.
Point of information?
sorry.
Should we do you're going to do that right, I'm sorry, never mind. And then reports of
Yeah, I
officers.
moved it to after reports of officers.
Yep,
and then-
sorry.
Yep. Okay.
President Olson, Commissioners, glad to be sharing information about the Planning Division for you tonight. I'll talk generally about the planning division overall. Then I will step away to let Adam Arvidsson, Director of Strategic Planning, speak about that department and data insights. And then I'll come back and speak in the position of vacant director for the Design and Project Management Department. This is the org chart for the division. And basically you'll see this organized into the two departments, Strategic Planning and Design and Project Management. And you'll see kind of the full complement of staff that we have here. There are some vacant positions that I've noted, both in the division administrator or assistant, in the director position under Design and Project Management. Park Planner 2 is a new position that will be hopefully posted soon, if not already. And then, so this is the composition of the department. When we look at the key things that we do, kind of broadly and a high level, by the way, these are all noted in the budget document that's provided to you every year. So our division is intended to guide the evolution of the park system, both in terms of development of new parks and redevelopment of existing parks. It's based on a lot of analysis and significant long-range planning. I know that since Director Arvidsson has been in charge of the Strategic Planning Division, we have done long-range planning not only for all of the service areas, but for also just about all of the regional parks. We're starting we're in one on North Mississippi, and we'll be revisiting one for Minneapolis Falls coming up, and he'll likely talk about that. We also deal with the real property administration, which involves the lease of real estates and management of the park system relative to encroachments, which you will deal a lot with. You'll have a license agreement in front of you tonight, so we deal with that as well. And construction permitting, when somebody wants to use parkland for some purpose that's not park related, we review that. We work with a lot of other jurisdictions as we move through our work, not just directly in terms of work happening on parkland, but also relative to things like LRT projects. We also are responsible for the development of the capital budget every year. Adam spends a significant amount of time developing that and working with other functional units of the park board to advance that for your consideration during the budget process. And then in the last couple of years, we've taken responsibility within the division for providing oversight over data analysis with the data team that significantly advanced our understanding of many of the processes that we use, not just in the planning division, but across the organization. I'll turn it over to Adam to speak about strategic planning, then I'll come back for design and project management.
Good evening, Commissioners. Adam Arvidsson, and as it may be apparent, I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, here to talk about the Strategic Planning Department. The Strategic Planning Department, even from the beginning, when I came into this job almost 10 years ago, it's been an interesting ongoing conversation to describe exactly what we do within the organization. Cliff and I used to always talk about how design and project management was really the present of the park system. We are building things now, we are repairing things now. And strategic planning is a bit more about the future of the park system, so we're trying to look ahead. And that takes in kind of a cornucopia of stuff that involves long-range planning, but also coordinating with outside agencies, and also trying to think about land acquisition, where we want to strategically expand the system. So ostensibly, some of the key things that we do are in this bulleted list. All of the long-range planning that takes place really originates in strategic planning, and as Michael mentioned, right now we do have the benefit of having created concept-level plans, long-range plans for pretty much the entire system. We have a couple that we're need to do because they're quite old, but we do have plans for the entire system. Strategic planning led the creation of the Parks for All comprehensive plan and still has some involvement in kind of how it filters throughout the organization. CIP development, including the preparation and management of the equity metrics, which are an ordinance required piece of that. And then one thing that has evolved since the really the completion of the service area long-range planning of the neighborhood parks, where the strategic planning department was almost entirely occupied with doing that planning work, that community engagement work. We have since shifted to actually working towards helping implement those plans. The long-range plans get implemented in a few different ways. Most commonly, there's a capital allocation that is made and a big construction project takes place. But that's not the only way we can or should be doing that. I tell people that I'm kind of masquerading as a planner because my training is actually in landscape architecture, and so I do want to see things built. I don't like plans that sit on shelves, and so we have leaned into that as a department through what I call the Plan Champion program. So each of our long-range plan areas has a specific designated staff person that is challenged to know the plan very well. So when that random community question comes in to customer service, they can be directed to a plan champion that can answer that question and connect their dots. They guide the implementation of that plan when others are trying to do work, whether it's capital improvement or whether it's an outside agency that wants to touch the park. And then they connect, which is another big piece of the role. And this is kind of, I think, the most fun one, that the plan champions are really looking at connecting dots within our organization to creatively implement projects in our system that are supportive of the master plan. We converted a tennis court to a bike polo court at Central Gym using nothing but internal services and a little bit of donated sweat equity. And that was managed by Saeed Ali, a planner in our office. There was a recent, in Northeast, we were transitioning a ball diamond to an athletic field in collaboration with asset management. It saves management costs and implements a long-range plan, and it never touches the CIP. So those are things that the plan champions are doing. They also track progress on our long-range plans. So we have documentation at the end of the year as part of the budget action reporting that you see that really tracks the percentage of policy items within those plans that are complete or in progress. And I think these are also great resources to you. It might not be uncommon that if you reach out to the superintendent or the assistant superintendent, that they're going to look at this little map right here on the screen and have you talk to one of the plan champions, because they tend to be the most knowledgeable. They also have really good community relationships. They connect with the neighborhood groups and they kind of know who's who on the ground in their plan area. As Michael mentioned, capital funding, grant preparation, you'll hopefully consider final approval of the LCCMR grants tonight. That runs through the planning division. We are the owners of the community engagement policy. Also, the data insights team lives in strategic planning, and that's a group that works throughout the entire organization. The data insights analysts are embedded in different divisions. We have someone who is embedded in recreation, someone who's embedded is sort of the go-to person for park police. Everybody has someone to go to with regard to data, so that it's not reactive. They have kind of a trusted data person. Because sometimes you don't know you have a data project until you're talking about it with a data person and they say, oh, we can think about this, we can analyze this. A lot of external data submissions and coordination, Trust for Public Land Park Score, NRPA metrics, Metropolitan Council acreage, visitor counts that take place in the parks, all of that is running through the strategic planning department. We manage several of the public-facing data dashboards that are important for folks, including the Parks for All implementation dashboard, the True CIP, which shows everybody where money's being invested, and also the Park Dedication Dashboard, which is a very popular tool for the public to understand how much funding is available from the Park Dedication Fund, the Dibble-Hornstein Parkland Dedication Fund in the various neighborhoods. Interagency collaboration is a really big piece of this. Very often when there's a major transportation project, they ask for a technical advisory committee representative. Most often that person is from strategic planning. There's some exceptions when we don't have enough staff. Some of the project managers take on that role, but things like everything from the Blue Line light rail to kind of small city pedestrian improvement projects, we're always kind of embedded on those teams with them. And then, as Michael mentioned, strategic planning also oversees the real estate function for the organization. So we have one real property administrator and then also some administrative help. And then we leverage some outside resources, including legal counsel through Brian Rice and some specialized legal counsel that subcontracts with Brian Rice, as well as a variety of appraisers, property managers. And so all that's coordinated by Christine Downey, our real property administrator, who you will hear from a lot because she's the one that brings the leases forward and the encroachments. She'll be here tonight for a couple of things. But all of that, including acquisitions, does come through strategic planning. And then we manage the parkland dedication program as we go forward. So a couple of highlights for 2026. I know I'm probably talking too long here. I haven't kept track of my time. Some things we're working on in 2026. There's a couple of planning and policy related items, including the continuation of North Mississippi Regional Park and the initiation of Minnehaha Regional Park long-range plans. The ongoing work around the Indigenous Reconciliation and Action Plan, which you will hear an update on this evening. We are going to do an update to our system planning policy, as well as launch the second in a series of 4 technical advisory committees for field sports. Those are all coming this year. The previous board asked us to do more proactive management of encroachments immediately adjacent to water bodies. That's a delicate topic, but we're working through that, and so we're gonna be making progress on that this coming year. And several potential acquisitions. There's going to be a new process for doing this internally with a work group that stretches across the organization, but there's several opportunities that we're exploring to expand the system in targeted ways, primarily to serve neighborhoods that do not currently have good park service, Above the Falls being an example of that. We got a variety of planned champion projects. The Pioneer sculpture was deaccessioned, but is still standing, so our strategic planning staff are working on with partners to get that removed. And then there's ongoing transit projects, most notably the Blue Line Extension Light Rail, which Commissioner Rucker certainly knows a lot about as a representative on the Corridor Management Committee. Commissioner Rucker and I work closely together on that project, in communication a lot. H-Line bus transit projects. MnDOT is re-envisioning several interstate highways and creating long-term visions for those, including Olson Highway. And so we are involved in technical advisory committees for those. And then also involvement with the 4-year governance systems that you are all going through as a separate process. A couple things that we want to highlight that we're actually going to bring actions to you coming up soon. So Minnehaha Regional Park is going to launch, and the first step that you will take as a board is to help us seat a community advisory committee. So we're going to be starting to do engagement around finding folks that want to sit on that committee. Under policy, each of you will appoint 1 member to that committee, and then there will be a slate selected that you will then approve for a total of 17 members. So that's coming forward. You'll get to do that for the first time. North Mississippi Regional Park Plan is on the other end of the arc. We are getting close to complete, and so we're going to ask you to authorize a public comment period in the 2nd quarter probably, and then adopt the plan in the 3rd quarter. There's several land acquisition items coming forward. Most notably, in probably the next meeting, some amended agreements for the tower side properties over by Malcolm Yards. And then I've got some tennis agreements, again, working Plan Champion and community groups to try to upgrade some of our athletic facilities outside of the CIP. So with those things, I'm seeing a sheet being passed around. Feels like I probably need to pause, and that's a good place to do it.
All right, so we are coming up onto open time. Maybe with reading the open time rules, we will get to it in fully. Thanks to those of you who have come to speak during tonight's open time. The board's open time rules are as follows. I will call on people from the speaker list only. Names are added to the speaker list by calling in before 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting or by adding it in person at the board meeting before 5:30 p.m. The time allotted for all speakers shall not exceed 15 minutes. We have 3 speakers and sign up tonight, so each person will have up to 3 minutes to speak. Time may not be transferred to someone else. Please watch the timer and stay within your allotted time. This is an opportunity for you to address the board. We're listening, but we will not respond. That said, please don't hesitate to contact any of the commissioners for dialogue and further discussion. To protect the privacy of individuals, please refrain from commenting on specific personnel issues or pending litigation. Discriminatory or harassing words directed at anyone will not be tolerated, and each speaker is asked to state their name and address. And on the time spot going forward, so 3 minutes with 3 speakers, that's 9. We'll give, let's say, about 12 minutes, well, not to exceed 15 minutes. So we will, at 5:45, if we happen to reach that time, we will end open time and move forward with our agenda. So first up is Lolita Davis Carter. Is Lolita here? We'll call her at the end just in case. Peter Bodurtha. Sorry. Welcome, Peter.
Hi, my name is Peter Bodurtha. I live on Jefferson Street in Northeast Minneapolis. I want to talk to you about Parks softball. So one of the things I really appreciate is that you're building those new fields. I want to make sure that there are actually Minneapolis teams to play on them. And so what I want to ask you to do is invest in the programming around girls softball in the parks. And I really want our programs to be the best in town. There's no reason why we can't be the best. I think you'd all agree with that. And then we got to tell everybody about it when we do it. So in Northeast Minneapolis, we're kind of in a unique situation where park softball is really the only game in town. 612 is basically a Minnehaha Creek League. It's actually closer to go to St. Anthony, but if you want to go to St. Anthony, you're not guaranteed a roster spot. And so this is also true on the north side. Historically, in the parks, there have been, I've been a coach for 3 years. I've coached over at Logan Park. And historically, every single year, there's 5 teams. There's 1 team in Northeast. There's 4 teams in South. This is 12U fast pitch softball. And every year, the quality of play has gone down a little bit, whereas we've kind of maintained things in Northeast. And the reason is because of issues around how the programs run, late communication, basic things like jerseys that don't fit. A lot of people have been leaving over south, and for other opportunities, 612 is pretty easy if you live by Minnehaha Creek. But in Northeast Minneapolis, that really isn't available to us. So, we're doing the best we can. And one of the things, I've given a lot of feedback, and I've got a good ally in Jack Barch in the Parks Department, and there's some good signs this year, but really I want some support in the Parks Department to make sure there's accountability, make sure we keep this going. So in Northeast Minneapolis, this team is really important because this is the feeder for the high school team. If we want to have high school teams, we have to have kids learning how to play softball in the first place. So right now for the Edison varsity team, over half of those players have played on my team before. And these teams are important for the community. I mean, every team in every sport is, but in softball in particular, because things are really on the edge, I would say, call it in parks, it's kind of on life support. And we really need to bring it back. It needs a little extra effort than some of the other sports do. And in Northeast Minneapolis, we really need this work because we just don't have a lot of other good options. Our kids don't. And so if I could have your support for that, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. And now we have the esteemed Billy Menz. Welcome back, Billy.
3 minutes. You guys haven't had 3 minutes, bro. I'm Billy Menz. I live at 1812 Pierce Street, Northeast. Thanks, y'all. I really have enjoyed watching the park board meetings, sometimes listening on my long drives up to Ely. And I'm really impressed with how some of you are really pushing forward and making sure to make this work. Grateful that you all are sitting in those seats and making sure that you come together as a board and get some things done for the community. I'm here to speak. So Peter is also one of the coaches that I met, and really advocating and making sure that we have someone on this board who's advocating for fields, who's advocating for these youth recreation opportunities, because they are paramount to our young people. And Peter is someone I met through coaching. And I've often said, and Jack will know, is even though we have these registration systems that are getting kids in, we need to focus on the coaches. And the coaches are allowed to register for these programs too. But I would encourage the Minneapolis Park Board staff and the youth groups to make sure that we're taking care of those coaches, just like we take care of those volunteers who plant trees or do gardening. I've asked probably a dozen coaches who are in my life if the park board has called them to ask them if they are going to coach this year. And nobody gets called. We don't reach out enough. We don't do active enough research to get people involved because relationships matter. So Peter, the man who's behind me, is also someone I met through this process, through being a coach in the neighborhood. Peter develops relationships. So when we had a time this recently where we needed drivers to go to places and bring kids to school, Peter does that. He does that for kids every single day. So these people who are our coaches, who choose to coach for park board baseball and softball and basketball and whatever, they are the lifeblood of this city. And they do it for the young people and for the children. And we honestly need it to be better. And it's not on the staff to do that. It's on all of us. It's on every one of you going to some of these youth sports events to highlight in your neighborhoods that this is what builds community. This is probably the most important thing that we do, in my opinion, because it creates connections and it creates relationships. And students and young people need relationships right now. The last thing I'd like to do is I really want to commend Commissioner Engelhardt for getting the Employee Relations Committee. And I have a suggestion. I would like the Employee Relations Committee to really examine how we can collaborate with the school district to have employees maybe shared. Because we're in a budget crisis, the park board's in a budget crisis, people work with schools. We need people who work for the park board and the schools, in the parks, going back and forth. So I was just at Graco Park. It was empty right now. I don't think it should ever be empty. So let's just, I really appreciate you all. You all are doing a great job. I'm keeping watching because it's good entertainment. Thanks.
Thank you, Billy. I'm going to call for Lolita Davis Carter once more. Okay, not seeing that. Lolita, hopefully you can email us if you have specific issues. All right, I will now close open time. And our planning team, do we have any questions for our planning team? Or Michael, did you have further?
President Olson, we only got halfway through. There's still another department to go through.
Great. It was just so exciting.
Adam did such a good job explaining, but I'll try and build upon that. So I'm going to talk about the design and project management side. So really, when we think about what we do in planning, between the strategic planning and the work that Adam talked about, and then moving through design and project management, which is really about implementation of projects, it's one continuum of thought about how we advance the needs and of the park users in a physical way in the park system, including expansion of the system. So we start with the idea that there's a policy direction approved by the board in a concept plan embodied in a service area plan or in a long-range plan for a regional park. We refine those as we start moving forward. Some of those plans being done 5, 6, or 8 years ago, or maybe a little longer. We want to make sure that they're still relevant as we advance to spending actual dollars. In that process, we do, again, a significant amount of community engagement. And once we get approval of the concept plan, we will advance that to the board. And there's a couple of different ways we can do that, which we'll explain as we move through those processes, and you'll see one of them tonight. Once the board approves a plan, we move forward with the process of getting things organized for implementation. When we think about a planning process for a project, we think about it across a 3-year time horizon, where the first year is really spent engaging with the community, the second year is spent more on design, the third year is spent in the implementation process. We also work a lot with asset management on rehabilitation efforts, oftentimes seeing if we can be more efficient by taking some of the things that need to be replaced, upgraded, or somehow rehabilitated and incorporate them, especially larger work, into a capital project in a neighborhood or regional park. And then we take on some rehabilitation projects directly, the more complex ones related to roofing and, say, ADA improvements. We also manage the parkway paving efforts. Dan Elias leads that effort in coordination with Public Works. I mentioned during the introduction that we issue construction permits for work that would be occurring on parkland, especially for those entities outside of the park board who'll be doing work on parkland. And then Adam noted that we seek grants. We collaborate with Adam's group to seek grants and donations to incorporate into our capital projects, and even sometimes having grants that are significant enough to have exist as standalone efforts. I'm not going to go through everything on these next few sheets. I'm going to highlight on these, and we can get these to you. These are the projects that, to the best of my knowledge, are going on in regional parks, and I'll have a similar kind of list by district for the neighborhood parks. And as we go through this, I'm certain that there are things that I will have missed. Many of these projects are underway. Some will be completed this year. Some are just barely getting started. When you look at this across the totality of capital improvements, I don't have a number exactly for this date and time, but I know in a meeting we had with staff at Greco Park, I think it was last year, we had totaled the capital projects going on in both neighborhood and regional parks in 2025, and I believe the number was $68 million. Now, a lot of that is embodied in North Commons, but it still leaves $23 million of other projects going on that are improving the park system in a significant way in places all across the city. This is the list, and just highlighting some of the things going through here. You'll see in District 2, Willard Park will start with a concept plan evaluation or consideration by the board tonight. One of the speakers talked about the fast pitch softball. That was a significant effort for us through a group called the Diamond Sports Technical Advisory Committee, eventually leading to an agreement with the city, with the schools, that we're now looking to move forward. And there are a host of other park improvements in each of these districts. Some of these have been waiting a while as we have been trying to get things coordinated around alignment of funding, or simply, in some cases, a lack of staff capacity. But you'll see in this list that there are a significant number of projects across the city that we are moving toward implementation. I'll note in this one of the things we've worked on consistently over the last few years is the development of Spark Studios across the system, and we have a contractor aligned to start on work at Phillips Community Center in the 6th and maybe final Spark Studio space, and that will be opening towards the end of this year or very early next year. We also, I'll just highlight the rehabilitation work. So this happens in the neighborhood parks through the MPP 20 program, and I think there are 9 dot points there listing out the categories that we pursue. These are also highlighted in your budget every year, and these are the ones that we collaborate with asset management to make certain that we're taking on projects that need repair or upgrades until we get to a capital project. And then there are a host of other efforts that we take on, some related to enterprise, like the renovation of Hole 9 at Worth Golf Course, where it was subject to flooding by a collapse pipe. Or you'll see on here a new maintenance building at Gross Golf Course, or a renovation or a new building at Hiawatha Tool. Last year, we moved through a process to create a project labor agreement policy, and we have been working to implement that as a part of our construction contracts on certain projects. And I note the Fort Snelling Upper Post Joint Powers Agreement. We have a number of bodies that we sit on as staff, sometimes in concert with commissioners, and trying to advance collaboratively with other agencies and entities across the city. Things that are coming up, and I don't have as definitive a plan as what Adam outlined in terms of quarters, but things that we look forward to. And when we think about looking forward, we can think all the way back to Horace Cleveland and his plan for the Grand Rounds, and we're still working on that 140 some years later. With the Grand Rounds Missing Link that was approved last year with funding available to be moving that project forward. With the opening soon of Upper Harbor Park, a significant space in Northeast Minneapolis, and where Adam noted acquisition of properties, we have focused a lot in recent years on acquisition of properties along above the Falls Regional Park in both North and Northeast Minneapolis, trying to complete that last of our significant regional parks. I'll note that we have, and you all have had, a significant focus on renovating and expanding the North Commons Recreation Center, with portions of that project opening either late this year or very early next year, and full completion hoped for by summer of 2027. We have long-standing efforts related to the adopted plan for Hiawatha Golf Course that continue to move through with a 30% design coming forward soon. I noted already the improved softball fields, which staff have been working on in collaboration with the schools for the last several months. And then also there will be many neighborhood park openings, which you'll all be invited to. And they are really fun events to come to celebrate the work that we have done to advance physical improvements in parks. So that is design and project management and planning.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for our esteemed planning team at the moment? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We are now on to, I believe, Nicole, Assistant Superintendent Hernandez. Welcome up. Talk about recreation.
All right, good evening, President Olson and commissioners. So our introduction, or my introduction to the team, I'm gonna do a little bit of a personal swing to it, just so you all can get to know a little bit about me and also the vision for the Recreation Division. So before Newman and Jack begin their presentations, I wanna take a moment just to say a few words. As we prepared for today's presentation, I found myself reflecting over the last 8 months since I've been in this role, and many things have transpired during that time. The past 8 months have not come without challenges. We've experienced a horrible tragedy at Falwell Park last summer, the tragedy at Annunciation that deeply impacted the broader community, the uncertainty around the potential teacher strike, as well as some of the ICE activity that we're experiencing most recently. These were moments that required our team to pivot quickly and respond thoughtfully and support not only our staff, but the communities that we serve. Just a little bit about me before I started here at the Park Board. I worked for an organization called Children's Defense Fund, which was led by the first African-American woman who was admitted to the Mississippi bar. She was also counsel to Dr. Martin Luther King. During my tenure at CDF, I had the opportunity to sit in trainings and participate in meetings with icons of the civil rights, which included Andrew Young and Congressman John Lewis before he passed. That experience shaped my understanding of servant leadership and what it truly means to serve community with humility, courage, and purpose. During that time, we also read many of Mrs. Edelman's books and studied so we could understand her vision and her philosophy. And one line in her book that always has stayed with me is that she's had one line that specifically said, "I care and I'm willing to serve." And that message has guided me much in my professional journey, whether working at Children's Defense Fund or serving residents of Minneapolis through our parks and recreation system. I try to approach this work through the lens of service, recognizing that our role is uplifting communities, creating opportunities for young people, and ensure that everyone has access to spaces and programs that support growth and their well-being. And while our leadership team is pretty new, I've been in my role for 8 months. Newman started in his role in January, and Jack has been serving the department in the past year. I'm most proud that how quickly this team has come together with a shared commitment to service, collaboration, and supporting our staff and our communities. In a really short time, we've had to navigate through some very challenging times, respond to community needs, and continue moving important work forward in our parks and our recreation system. I'm grateful to work alongside leaders who truly care and who are also willing to serve. So with that said, I'm excited I wish I would have known I would have worn my navy blue and white suit as well. But I'm excited for Newman and Jack to share about what our vision is for recreation and what we have coming up.
Good evening, Commissioners. President Olson and Commissioners, good evening. This is my first time, but it feels good. My name is Newman Thomas. I have the illustrious ability and privilege to be able to lead our Youth and Rec Center Programs Department as the director. So thank you, Nicole, for those kind words. A little bit about me as I go through this message. I've been with the Park Board for 19 years. All of my time here has been in the Recreation Department. So I'm one of the fortunate people that gets an opportunity to serve the community that I live in. As I go through this, you'll hear some positions that I talk about. I have held almost every position in this specific department, so I've lived it. In regards to community work, I've lived North Minneapolis for over 20 years. My kids have grown up in North Commons Park. So it's more than just somebody who's speaking on what I think. It's somebody who's speaking on what I've lived and what my children live. And hopefully my grandchildren can live it too. So we're gonna jump right in. This is our organizational chart. As you can see, I'll talk about our service areas. We have 4 service area managers. We have a citywide manager. We have a child development manager, as well as a youth technology and career skills manager. And I'll be going through those a little bit in detail. But first I want to talk about our rec centers, our rec center programs. Rec center, which offer a wide variety of programming year round. Examples are some of like our preschool age and our Rec Plus program, our teen program. We host community special events. We're proud of our therapeutic rec and our adaptive department, our Spark Studios, and different fine arts that we provide for young people as well as youth, as well as adults. Our fundamental and developmental sports, these are 5 and under. And we also serve our 55 plus, okay? With all types of things, ballroom dancing, pickleball, just a few opportunities there that I wanted to list. We have 47 rec centers that are operated throughout our system. 2 of those recreation centers are operated with lease agreements. At Phelps, there's with the Boys and Girls Club, and at Brian Cole Center, we have Pillsbury United Communities that we work closely with to provide programming for that area. Our service areas that we talk about specifically in recreation, we have 4 service areas: North, Central, South, and Southwest. And in those service areas, we have approximately 800 provisional staff that work with us every day, and we're passionate about giving them as much as they can to serve the community. We have 44 we currently have 44 rec supervisors. We have 4 service area managers, as well as approximately 31 certified front desk staff. Moving along to talk about one of our departments, it's our school age child care department, which we serve kindergarten to 6th grade. This is noted as our Rec Plus department that offers before and after school care and extended care on school release days and during the summer. It is an accredited program. We worked hard to become an accredited program. We serve over 600 plus registered children in 16 rec centers right now. We have a curriculum that we follow. Some of the things we do, games, sports, homework help, things like that, to give to our kids. The Rec Plus team consists of 10 full-time child care specialists, 9 part-time child care specialists, 3 full-time child development supervisors who oversee the 1/3 of the city each, 1 full-time child development manager, and an administrative assistant that helps with day-to-day operations. The sites here before you, we have in the North Service area, Audubon, Harrison, Wake, Weber, and Wyndham Northeast Parks. In our Central area, just so clarification for Central, our Central area is part of Northeast Minneapolis and part of Southeast Minneapolis. That's Matthews and Northeast Park. Our South Service area has Hiawatha School Park, Keewaydin Park, Longfellow Park, McRae, Nokomis, 40th Street Park. Southwest, Armitage, Kenwood, Lyndhurst, and Pershing. These are our Rec Plus sites that we are currently serving. Another area, this is one of the positions that I've had the luxury of holding. Our youth line position, which is also called our youth program specialist. Youth line provides out-of-school programs and activities for youth ages 11 to 18. Primarily, we target middle school and high school, but we allow it to go a little bit lower just for those tweeners that get an opportunity to bring them in the fold as well. So some of those programs follow core values such as health and wellness, education and career development, mentoring, leadership development, recreation programs, activities, and life skills learning. We have a bunch of different programs that the young people love. One that I want to highlight that recently happened right here at Farview Park is a financial literacy program that we have for the young people at Farview Park. Our youth program specialist brought in an expert from the bank to discuss financial literacy with the young people in that neighborhood, to start changing their minds about how they look at money and how they look at how to move money and money can work for them. So we're really proud about the things that we're doing to not only give recreation, but give an educational feel as well, okay? And our job readiness, we have been working closely and communicating with NPS on doing job fairs and different aspects like that. And we'll continue to do that because we understand, as I quote the young kids, I need to get paid. Our sites currently in North Minneapolis, North Service area, we have Botno Park and Farview Park. Central area, we have East Phillips, Luxton, Peavy, Phillips Community Center, Stewart, and Van Cleve. South Service area, we have Central, Longfellow, and Powderhorn. And our Southwest area has Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Park as well as Whittier Park. There are currently 11 full-time youth program specialists with us as we grow. Another great department is our Therapeutic Rec and Inclusion Department. Inclusive programs are available to people with disabilities and benefits all participants. Inclusion means individuals with and without disabilities participate in activities simultaneously. All NPRB programs are considered inclusive and welcome to everybody. Adaptive programs are a little different. They provide access to competitive and non-competitive sports and programs that are developed to meet the needs of all participants. So we do our best to try to include everyone that wants to do programs, and we're working to do even more and broaden that scope. In that department, we currently have 1 full-time rec inclusion supervisor and 2 full-time rec inclusion specialists. Next aspect of this department is our full-service community school. This is our school-to-park partnership. We have 1 full-size community campus supervisor that does this currently. And the work that individual does is they works with the Minneapolis Public School staff to connect with community, to strengthen families and to positively impact the students. We provide consistent presence inside of the NPS schools. They meet with the students before and after school and during lunchtime. We make sure that we're getting program flyers out to families and students regarding our citywide programs, regarding our Rec Plus programs, and any other programs any other programs or events that we maybe have at our disposal. They work closely with the NPS family liaison to accommodate family and student needs. And our current Family Resource Center is located at Bethune School currently. And I'll talk about our expansion, but it's part of our continued outreach we continually have outreach to program partners because we're trying to just grow our footprint in regards to how we operate with NPS. Spark Studios, another amazing department here, offers a range of interdisciplinary activities, drop-in studio hours, certification programs, and access to explore creative fields such as photography and audio recording and STEAM and homework help. This has been a pride of us all to see how well Spark Studios is reaching out to the community and allowing young people to experience STEM in a different way. Our current Spark Studio locations in North Service area, we have Harrison Park. Currently, we have Luxton Park in Central, with Phillips Community Center planning to open in 2027. South Service area, we have Powderhorn Park. Southwest is Whittier Park, and our regional park, which is Greco Park, where there is a studio housed there. We currently have 1 full-time youth technology career skills manager, as well as 6 full-time technology specialists. And our citywide programs. Our program leads, our citywide programs house our program leads, our recreation program leads. And our program leads deliver innovative programs to meet the diverse needs of all communities, equitably across the city of Minneapolis. Some of the focus areas here are intergenerational, youth employment, cycling, camps, community garden, nature programs, and 3 to 5 age sports, so that we can bring in, again, trying to serve the youngest to the eldest. There are currently 5 full-time citywide program leads in our department. So I want to conclude with some of our highlights in our vision for 2026. I spoke a little bit about the community school engagement and the expansion. They're currently housed out of Bethune Park, and Bethune School, and they were just working directly with Bethune School. That's where our Family Resource Center is. But in our efforts, we've started to expand. We have now have our community liaison at Falwell School, as well as Nellie Stone Johnson School. And the idea is that we grow that throughout the city so that we have a place where we can be school to park. And the job that individual does is try to bridge that gap of how can we work together to be a village for the young people. Our Urban 95 preschool age program training that our superintendent talked about is an amazing feat. We have an opportunity to speak on an international scale. I want to give our team props because I've learned in their early morning conversations about the Urban 95, the individuals with that are leading that, they used information that our team right here in the Minneapolis Park Board gave to share internationally. And that's huge in my eyes about what we want to do. But this serves the preschool age 0 to 5. The 95 is the height of the 95 centimeters. And what it does is it gives early childhood development leaders an opportunity to look from the eyes of somebody that is 95 centimeters. And so they have some interesting things that they have to do, and taking pictures on their knees and just making sure that we're filling that gap. I want to talk about our 55 plus discount fee. This is something that we have decided to add to give more opportunity for our 55 plus individuals to participate in our program. So they will have an opportunity to have a sliding fee scale as well in regards to the program offerings, because we understand that there may be some people on fixed income. Our M3 facilitator training, and program quality training. Here we have taken the initiative to get several of our staff M3 trained, and this is for quality control for our programs, to make sure that we're locating the gaps and filling those gaps, again, to make community first. Our Parks on Tap is our mobile beer garden. We're excited about that and the possibilities of all the different things that come there. Our specialized training for camp staff. Our camps, primarily, our biggest time for camps is during the summer, but we do camps all year round. But we want to give specialized training because we want to be the leaders of the camp world. One thing that's really, this next bullet point is really strong and dear to me, is developing stronger partnership with community organizations and members. Like I said, I've not only worked here, I've lived in the neighborhoods. I live in the neighborhood. And my goal and our goal and our leaders' goal is that we we communicate with these community organizations and the community members to get a better understanding of what they need and the things that they would like to see. And one of the things that happened during the onset of the immigration issues that we've experienced, I started a conversation with a group of restorative practice leaderships, trainings, in order to do this as well with the community as well as our staff members, to give them an opportunity to free their mind and to really process some of the negative experience that they've been feeling. So we're moving in the right direction, and we're going to do it together. So that's all I had. Thank you for your time, and I want to invite my colleague, Director Barsh.
Okay, thank you, Director Thomas, and thank you, Assistant Superintendent Hernandez. Good evening, President Olson and Park Board Commissioners. My name is Jack Barsh. I am the Director of Athletics, Aquatics, Ice Arenas, and Golf. This is our department org chart, and you can see how it flows. I'm not going to go through each position. I'll do that on future slides. And maybe just take a second to tell you we have the best staff, right? And you know, you see me up here and you see Director Thomas up here. You don't always see the staff. I just want to let you know our staff are passionate and they do really great work. And the programs and the other things I'm going to show you, it's a result of the great staff that we have. And I couldn't be prouder of the work they did in 2025. And I'm really proud of the work that we're working on for 2026. I'm going to start with athletics. You know, we have athletics as one department, but we separate it by adult sports and facilities and youth. The adult team has a full-time athletic manager, 4 full-time athletic specialists, and lots of part-time employees and independent contractors. We offer year-round programming. We do tournaments, we do clinics, we offer lessons, and we're always adding more. But really our bread and butter is with the leagues that we offer. And if you look at these numbers, these are big numbers for a community sports program. You see we list total teams and individuals placed. We do that because we have registration. We do it 2 different ways. You can register a team, pre-formed team, into a league, but something that we started doing not that long ago, and then we've had a lot of success, you can see with the numbers. We take individual registrations. We call those free agents. Anybody can register individually for any one of our sports. We'll do everything we can to find a place for them. What we found is with a lot of sports, particularly soccer, we get so many that we enter free agent teams in the league, and it's been a really successful program for us. I'm going to highlight our most popular sport this past year. If we were highlighting the most popular sport 10 years ago, it would not have been volleyball. But look at that number, 885 teams. That's indoor, sand, and grass. That's a big number. Total number of games almost hit 4,000. So that's really exciting. If I just tell you the total number of teams within adult athletics in 2025, that's 2,279. That's another really big number. Individuals placed on teams, almost 1,400. And then we have a total of 7,500 plus games. So really great work happening with adult sports. Athletic facility permits. Adult athletic department is responsible for the scheduling and permitting of all fields, diamonds, and courts. This is from our premier level space to our regular community parks. We have an NPRB priority list that guides us in permitting, but we schedule NPRB internal leagues first. Then we move externally. We work with colleges, semi-pro teams, amateur leagues, traveling youth programs in the city. We work with for-profit leagues and adult and youth. We work with all the Minneapolis public schools. We work with a lot of private schools and many, many more. The volume is really large. In 2025, we had over 300 permits. Some may have had only 1 or 2 bookings, but the vast majority of them, like the MU group, that's Minneapolis United, pictured here, have hundreds of bookings across the city that fall under 1 permit. And I bring this up so I can hopefully give you an idea of just the sheer volume of the permitting that happens within the adult sports office. 40,000 plus hours of play. Youth sports. Very similar to our adults. We have 1 full-time athletic program manager, 4 full-time athletic specialists, but we have hundreds of independent contractors. These are the officials, our field attendants, scorekeepers. We can't run or operate the programming without these people. Youth athletics. We offer 11 sports citywide. I love the photos, and you know, I could have recognized them on the last page, but seeing our youth in action, I don't think there's anything better. And you know, we had some fast pitch players on the previous page, soccer here, football, track. We got a lot of great things happening. If I highlight the most popular sport in 2025, it was basketball with 2,341 participants. But I also want to take a second and highlight soccer because we broke the 2,000 participants threshold last year, and it's pretty exciting to see growing sports. Total, all participants participating in youth athletics in Minneapolis were over 8,118. Moving to aquatics. The team consists of a full-time full-time aquatics manager. We have 5 full-time lifeguards. We have a head guard, and we have over 200 seasonal staff. We are in the thick of it right now. This is our hiring season. We are working with our returners, and we get as many to come back as we can. But then we have to hire new staff, and we guard 8 beaches, 2 water parks, 1 natural swimming pool, and the indoor facility at PCC. We do great programming in aquatics, and I think sometimes people think of aquatics and they think we're just guarding beaches and we're just guarding pools. That's why all of these pictures that we put on the slide, all are aquatics programming. Sarah Chillo and her team do just fantastic work. You can see at the Weber pool there, there's swim lessons. One of our coolest programs that we offer is the sailing classes, sailing lessons, and you see that photo there. And you know, one of my personal favorites is the log rolling. You can see the picture of that there. I definitely recommend that you guys check that out on a summer day at the lakes, because it's pretty cool to see fully activated. They're doing great programming beyond just you know, guarding our beaches and our pools. And just to get into the amenities very quickly, we have the North Commons Water Park, which is under construction. We can't wait to activate that site. It's going to be so cool having the new water park in North Minneapolis. We have the Lupient Water Park, which has been under construction. We have updated the locker rooms and the restrooms and the staffed area, and we're really excited to activate that space this year. The Weber Natural Swimming Pool, it's such a cool place. If you guys haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. We're so lucky to have a natural pool in our city. There's not a lot in the entire world or the nation, or let alone Minnesota, and we have one in North Minneapolis right here. So please make the time to check it out. It's such a cool spot. The beaches that we guard are Worth, Cedar, Bede-Makaska, Harriet, and Nokomis. Maybe the last thing I'd like to highlight on this page is the Phillips Aquatic Center, and just the fact that MPRB in Minneapolis only have one indoor public pool, and that's us, and that's at PCC. So we should be pretty proud that we have that space for the community. Ice arenas. Man, that's a clean sheet of ice. That's a cool spot there. If you guys don't know what that picture is, that's the North Rink at Parade. And if you've never been there, I say check it out, or you could watch Mighty Ducks, because that's where the film was. That's where they filmed it. A lot of the games and a lot of the scenes. Really cool spot. I believe this is one of the best arenas, not only in the Twin Cities, but in the state of Minnesota, and we're really proud of it. Our team consists of one ice arena manager. We have an assistant manager. And one thing that's a little bit different with ice arenas, I'll just talk about for a second, is aquatics and youth athletics is housed in the general fund. Ice arenas is held in our enterprise fund, and so we are responsible for all operations, and that's why we have a park keeper, and we manage the Zamboni drivers. We currently have 2. In an ideal world, we'd have 3. At the height of winter, when we're at our max, we'll have 40 staff working. Okay, just some cool programming pictures. You saw the picture of Parade empty and clean sheet of ice, and now you see it activated with a full house there. You're watching a section game or a high school game. Such a cool spot to watch a hockey game. At Parade Ice Garden, we have 2 full rinks, and then we have a studio rink. We manage our own concessions. We are the home sheet for Minneapolis Public Schools girls and boys, varsity and JV. We host section playoffs. We do tournaments year-round. Parade is a year-round facility. Another thing that I would suggest checking out if you've never seen it is our figure skating competitions and our shows. We transform the arena. We have really cool lighting. We decorate it, and it's just a really cool events. We do a lot of these, and we'll put those out there in newsletters and get the information out so you guys can come check it out. We host broomball tournaments. Broomball is super popular in Minnesota, and we play inside too. We can host parties, we can host gatherings, we do lots of things at Parade. Northeast Ice Arena. You guys are aware of a lot of the issues that we're dealing with there. We have refrigeration issues, we have operational issues, mechanical issues. But we're working through those, and we're working on short-term plans and long-term plans, and then we hope to have things in front of you guys soon, so we can make some decisions on how we're going to move forward. But that's why we only operate September through February. We just can't make ice when it gets too warm. So what we do is we throw the turf down, and we do soccer, we do lacrosse, we do other things in that building until we get the ice out. This is enterprise, so we try to sell the ice. That's our goal. But we do programming, right? And I'm not going to read all of them here, but I would just highlight the New Year's Eve open skating event. It's a safe space for people to come and celebrate the new year. We have lighting, we dim it, we do a countdown, we play music, and you can just come and skate with your family. It's a really, really cool event. Okay, golf. Staffing, we have a manager too, 4 managers, 5 golf course foremen, 5 golf course park keepers. Golf is just like ice arenas where we house our operations in enterprise, and we're responsible for all operations. We have 2 assistant managers, 1 event coordinator, and just like aquatics, we're in it right now trying to get the staff, right? Yeah, it's a really quick turnaround, but in order to function properly, we have to have 200 plus staff, and that's what we're doing right now. And weather is really turned for us for the positive. We do anticipate opening the range at Gross and at Columbia this weekend. Hopefully, we can get all the courses open in the coming weeks. As soon as we can open them, we will. Just like ice arenas, our goal is to sell tee times. Our goal is to have customers come through golf and to get as many to come through as possible. That being said, we do some fantastic programming, and I've highlighted some of them on this page. One of the things is our partnership with First Tee and those lessons for the youth in the city. Just fantastic work being done there. We do lessons, adult, group, individual. We run our own leagues, men's, women's. We have simulator leagues now. The simulators at Columbia are just awesome. We host corporate leagues. We host all the MPS high schools and all the, I mean, not all of them, but quite a few private schools use our courses for practices and hosting their meets. And then, you know, just a lot of other cool things. You see, we did 100 plus event rentals, a lot of them weddings. We partner with the Low Pit. A lot of awesome things happening in golf, just beyond selling rounds. That said, the golf guys really wanted to make sure I told you how many rounds they sold last year, and that's because 2025 was a record year for us. You see, we sold just a little over of 250,000 rounds. That's the most we've ever sold. Our goal is to break that record this year, weather permitted, right? And the revenue also was a record year for us. You see that just a little over $10.5 million in revenue last year. We hope to go over 11 million this year. That's our goal. Season passes sold 164, and then players cards over 3,000. So those are really, really positive numbers for golf. I have some highlights in deliveries here. I know that we're short on time. I'll whip through them pretty quick here, but I do want to just note like we are getting new boards installed at Parade in May. Also, new security cameras will be coming to the Arts Garden. I think Michael, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, already mentioned the project at Worth, but this has been a long time coming, and it's really going to activate that course and get people excited about playing golf at Worth. We're excited about it. We also are planning on upgrading our irrigation system at the Hiawatha Golf Course. So excited about that. We're working with partners, specifically NCU and Minneapolis United, and are planning on new turf at Elliott Field. And then again, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder mentioned some of the fast pitch fields that are coming in. But we're really excited to activate them this year and let the girls play on a space that is equivalent to what the boys have. And we'll be doing that at Jackson Square, Creekview, and Todd. We know that we won't have it when the snow melts, so to help us get through, we have ordered 2 additional sport events. We will have a total of 4 in the system, and they're going to be located at the Premier Space, Boston 6, 7, and Neiman 3 and 4. Another thing that's really cool, you guys saw the numbers on volleyball. We have hundreds of teams on the waiting list. We are working with the planning department, and we'll be putting in 8 new courts at the East River Flats this July. Hopefully we can expand that programming and reduce our waiting list. The other thing that we have down here is we will be offering, for the first time this year, youth tennis and youth pickleball, expanding our programming. And then something I'm really excited about is for the first time we'll be doing youth athletic camps this summer. We also are doing adult camps. And we think that this will help us create a sustainable framework and help us build for the future. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all for those wonderful presentations. I see Commissioner Rucker.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for that presentation. I see there's renewed energy in this department. Well, I just don't want y'all to get stagnant after you be, in your positions, because our kids and the community deserve better that we've been having in the past. So with that being said, it's just it's encouraging to see what's going on in this rec department. I get to meet with you guys, and I knew a lot of this before the presentation, but just keep doing what you're doing. Listen to the community and what they want. Because what I get from the community is safety in our parks, and that's the reason why some of these parks are empty. Other than going to the games. After the games, then it's empty. In the past, it was just, bustling with kids and families until, the doors closed. So hopefully we can get back to that. And it's getting warm outside now, so hopefully you guys have a plan being proactive with the safety of our parks. But thank you.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Thank you for the presentation and all the work you do and the enthusiasm as well. And it does tie well into one of the comments about U12 girls softball and resources. But I am meeting with Director Barch tomorrow, so I look forward to that. I think we need another word though. The planning. It's like planning and doing, right? So just a friendly suggestion. We need more acronyms.
I've not heard anyone say we need more acronyms in government. Commissioner Benny.
Thank you. Thanks for mentioning the pieces about also the build out of the softball fast pitch fields that are coming up, and then getting more sport events. So things are moving forward with scheduling for the high school season, it sounds like, so that's excellent. Thank you. And then I had a question about Youth Line, and you mentioned the locations and so on for that. Do you have a sense of you had the numbers for like the Rec Plus program, but do you know how many participants you have the capacity to have in the Youth Line area?
President Olson, Commissioner Benny, yes, our Youth Line, in regards to participants, the numbers we had for 2025, we had over 11,000 participants in Youth Line in 2025 that registered for our programs with them.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you. May I ask one more question? Who gets to do the soapbox derby? Like, what part of rec does that?
President Olson, Commissioner Benny, that is a citywide initiative. So all the people that I listed in there, they get an opportunity to participate in that. Currently, our program lead, one of our program leads is leading that initiative because we partner with St. Paul Parks as well.
Well, and what reassurance will I have that St. Paul will not win this year? That's really important.
We're going to do our best. Thank you, Commissioner Benny. Maybe we can do some viewings of Fast and the Furious to get kids motivated. I just, before our time certain for planning, thank you for this. I think what's so exciting about seeing all the amazing work you do is also seeing the potential for more. If we can find more funding, if we can find more ways to fill some extra needs of just where we can take this. Kind of, I've heard, Commissioner Rucker and other folks say about, our leagues and our softball and finding ways to be creative. And so I think, that's kind of a primary motivating factor for me as a commissioner of finding new funds, is so we can kind of pump it into these programs that have just proven so successful. And if we can just resource them and seed them, it'd be amazing. And also, I do want to plant a little seed for maybe far down the line, with Rec Plus, I really think that could be a vector for some amazing, potential, of universal childcare for our city in the future. We're seeing right now in New York, Mayor Mamdani there is starting to implement universal childcare, and childcare in Minnesota, we have some of the most expensive. I think we're the third most expensive state for childcare in the country. And I just think the Rec Plus has done such amazing stuff. I want to plant a seed of us thinking of, in the future, if we have the funds, if we can get it from the state, if we can get it from the city, if we can get it within ourselves, could we be a city? Could we be the program? Could we be the municipality within our park system that provides childcare to every single person in our city? I think we could. I think we're seeing other cities start to do this, and I think if we do that, I think we would see an explosion in participation in our programs, because that is just a way of, you're in the pipeline, you can move on, and just how much of a boon that would be to so many people in our city. So I want to plant that seed. I know that's a big dream and something that's far, far away, but I think it's something we could work towards. So thank you all so much for all you do.
Mr. President, could I just make a comment?
Yes. course.
You know, I worked with this program a long time, and years ago, we had to get an exemption from a state law, but I do believe, and the superintendent or staff could correct me, that the park board is the largest single daycare provider in the city of Minneapolis already.
Yeah.
I also think the pricing on it is perhaps one of the lowest. One of the issues you've got is kind of space, frankly, in terms of the utilization. But I mean, it's the, I remember going to the legislature back in the 90s. Representative Clark helped us secure some exemptions in order to get the program running up, or maybe not exemptions, I'm not saying it that way, but it, certainly at the time when it was the Department of Health had to do some licensing stuff, it was like we were off the chart compared to any other city in the state.
Yeah, I'm sure we are. So the infrastructure and the bones are there, and there's constant talks that we'll get into capital stuff at the Capitol of how we can make it more affordable. I think we can offer a model to the state. So, all right, with that, we have a time certain for planning at 6:30. So do I recess the board? Okay, I'm gonna recess the full board and move it over to the planning committee for y'all to have your time certain there.
Thank you, President Olson. At 6:30, I will call the MPRB Planning Committee meeting to order. Secretary Ringgold, could I have you call the roll?
Certainly. Commissioner Carbajal Moran.
Here.
Vice President Deshpande.
Here.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Here.
Vice Chair Forney, absent. Chair Garcia.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to move the agenda? So moved. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? All right, that carries. We have an agenda. So the first item on our agenda is the public hearing for Willard Park Improvements Concept Plan. I believe we're going to have Andy Schilling from the Planning Department give us some background on the plan, and then we will take comments from the public.
Good evening, Chair Garcia, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to share with you the status of the Willard Park Improvements Project. I have a short presentation here that'll serve for the public hearing purpose, and then there's a subsequent board resolution for concept approval also on the Planning Committee agenda. Willard Park is located in our North Service area and is located between the avenues of 17th Avenue North and 16th Avenue North, and from west to east between Russell Avenue North and Penn Avenue. You can see that there's a school district or a school property also on part of this block. On the south side, and I'll get into that in a little more detail on how that affects and has been part of our planning process. As well as on the east side, you can see there's an alley, which is kind of unique for some of our parks, but there's an alley on the east side of Willard Park. Location-wise and existing features, this is an aerial and annotation from our long-range plan that was put together as part of the North Service Area Parks Plan in 2019. You can see that I'm going to highlight the annotations here. The park property, north is to the left, by the way. So the park property that we have on site is just in that northeast quadrant, and you can see that there's some park facilities or park-like facilities that are located off of that property. That's part of a long-standing way of how this site was developed in kind of cooperation with the school district as features were put in. So operationally, the park building that is highlighted there has been operated by MPRB, but as you'll see in subsequent slides, that's one of the facilities and parts of the facilities that will be changed with the proposed concept. I would point out a couple things here. The wading pool is really the newest feature that's out there. It's a zero depth pool, accessible, and is the only real feature in this block that'll be preserved with the new features working around it. You can see that there's a small basketball court also highlighted that is completely dilapidated, and really the only court that gets used is near the park building. Just briefly on the vacant buildings highlights for Willard School. That's the school, I believe, was no longer in operation since 2005 or 2006. That is currently, it's owned by the school district, but the school has a buyer, and they are working through that process with the buyer as that's their current status. Some long-range plan coverage here, as well as talking through a little bit of the property and subdivision that affects this block. This is the overall concept plan that was included in the 2019 long-range plan for within the North Service Area Parks Plan that was adopted by our board, and highlights really a lot of new features. Again, the existing wading pool stays. That park building that was more located in the center of the site would be demolished and relocated to a new spot that's not that kind of helps with all the issues of sight lines that the existing building has. Also highlight a few things to highlight here is being able to have this multi-use field, which it's currently there but not owned by the park board, and kind of this connection of the whole north side of the green space is about 2.1 acres that the school district has already had a board action to give to the MPRB, that we'd be acquiring that property through subdivision, and that's underway. And we would need to have that all finalized before any construction would commence on the project. So again, some things to highlight here, pretty explicit in the terms of the amenities that we has been set forth since 2019. The multi-use field, updated and expanded basketball courts, new skate BMX nodes along a Queen Avenue bikeway trail that runs through the site and connects to a larger north-south bikeway in North Minneapolis. There's a new plaza area and gathering space, as well as an updated playground. Those are the key ones to highlight as we move forward. Current project funding, we have this project relies heavily on a outdoor recreation legacy partnership and grant that is it's a federal grant from as part of our sources, and then local funds that help match that grant are NPP 20 funds, neighborhood capital levy, and a small amount of parkland dedication funds. You can see the list of uses that we have generated to date, and so at the very bottom you'll see the balance for construction. That numbers will get adjusted a bit because of the additional professional service fees that'll be coming for the final design after we get through this concept phase. I'm anticipating somewhere between 2.5 million for construction and implementation. Community engagement. So as part of all our projects, especially ones that we set forth as having a consult level engagement plan, we reach out to the community to help really drive the key components and kind of where they're placed their placement is, how they interact with each other, and find ways to really get the feedback and meet people where they're at on any project like what's set forth for Willard. For this site, we started doing our engagement this past fall. On-site, one piece, we had on-site open house event on November 1st, and as you understand, there's no rec center building here or anything like that, so we really tried to create a space for those for folks to come and engage. So you can kind of see on this aerial at the bottom left, that was part of the event. We had a tent set up as well as a bouncy house, which was incredibly popular, and they didn't want me to pull the cord at the end of the engagement event, so we got some bonus time out of that. We had a really good event there, and really had a chance to understand, even just being in the space, how it gets used, and some of the issues and shortfalls with the existing setting, including that building being really kind of right in the center of the site. We also had a neighborhood association meeting where I presented concepts for feedback. We had an online survey in November as well that was open for feedback. We had some focus meeting on skate spot concepts to include in an eventual concept plan, and we reached out through flyers to door knocking, posters set up at North Commons, which is only a few blocks away, and really leaned into social media to help get the word out for these events and in ways to engage. I think we had 6,000 hits on Instagram, which is way more than any, sharing what I ate at a restaurant sort of thing. There was a good amount of engagement, and I heard back from quite a few people on that way of how they were able to connect with the project. And what did we share at those engagement events? We had 3 options that we shared for layout, and we had this set of, from the long-range plan, we had this set of facilities and amenities that we were going to build, and really looking at how the relationship between all of the facilities and what works and what kind of feedback we could get from the community. So we shared a concept, kind of a traditional concept layout, we called it, but we're really focusing on the same facilities, skate nodes, multi-use field, connection to the wading pool, basketball courts, a plaza or gathering space, restroom and storage building, a playground, and some more furnishings in furnishing locations, including fencing. So we went through 3 different concepts. I'll pause on this one for a bit. This is the one that really rose to the top. You'll see on some feedback slides later. And all of them kind of, again, looked at different arrangements, different ways for the circulation and arrangement of these features. At that engagement event, this is a slide showing the different panels. We've made a lot of use of Post-it notes and getting direct feedback from those that came to the engagement event, and began to help shape the common themes that we were getting from community members to be able to put together a preferred or final concept plan. Here are the feedback themes. Concept 2 in that image on the right, that's the layout that really had the most positive feedback. And the kind of themes for each facility or amenity type are listed on the left-hand side of the slide here. So from a playground standpoint, this concept had zip lines, and that was just like home run. Everyone wanted it. Make it as big and as long as you possibly can. So that rang true on every engagement platform that we had. We had a little more natural materials used, so instead of the post being steel on all the features, some of them have natural materials, and so that was something that really keyed in for a few folks, including especially the neighborhood council really liked that, and then kind of the big thing of being safe and accessible feeling secure in that space with young families. And that was a key piece and a key driver to kind of the relationship between all these facilities. Gathering and seating areas for families, again, young children being able to have nearby spots to gather and especially under some shade or having a shade potential there near the wading pool and where the families tend to and children tend to congregate. And then also just kind of better, more consistent lighting in the park space itself. Trail and pathway circulation, there was some interest in a big one that made this one kind of separate from the other concepts was having that trail connection, the bicycle pathway connection outside of the other park amenities instead of like splitting it. So that is located on the side of all the other amenities in between that and the multi-use field area. Allowing a bicycle circuit within the park paths for our youngest bicyclists, kids that are learning how to balance and bike and create some circuits within the park. The building really is still more of a massing that in a location. We know it's required to have restrooms for the wading pool. There'll be a new pool mechanical room and storage associated with that. So again, it's more of a massing where we've gotten some feedback from staff to have it kind of match or work with the one that's already at Jordan Park has been a good example for us to work off of. Basketball, that was, I think for all sites, and this one included just having that full court basketball experience central to the park space. Really putting that prominently in the park design was a key feature, and then creating other options. There's a 3-point sort of court on the side and other opportunities to have a lower hoop for our youngest ballers. So skate spot is a piece that's included on the long range plan, and so we got some feedback on how to improve the usability of the skate features by minimizing conflicts with other facilities and the pathways, and kind of a less is more, make it mellow, make it friendly with lower feature heights so that it has a beginner focus but can stack in some difficulty. And then really something that has been some feedback to me more recently is also just to be able to have programming to support new users and remove barriers to the sport of skateboarding, thinking skateboards, helmets, and pads. So a little in more detail, here's the final concept plan. It has new and expanded basketball courts, a new playground, new and relocated restroom on the east side, kind of set in place where there's some slope, and then updated bike and pedestrian paths within the park, a new skate spot there on the west side, that's number 2, and new gathering and connecting area of park features, so numbers 5 and 6. And new ornamental fencing along the south and west sides just to create some edge and kind of really feed into that safety and security where our youngest users will be located. And that gets to the slide of kind of the zones that we were really looking at. Zones for zone 1, this blue dashed line is really where our youngest family and young children focus area with the playground on the bottom, number 11. 6 and 5 are those gathering spaces. You have the restrooms to the right, and the existing wading pool on the top, number 4. Zone 2 is more for youth and adults, a little bit older youth, where you have the courts, you have skate, and the multi-use fields for programming. And then Zone 3 being kind of this connector route and areas where there's more linear sort of experience with the skateboarding piece. Having that be a linear parallel experience there where we're reducing conflicts with other activities on the site. A few renderings of the proposed concept plan. You can kind of see the skate features in the foreground and in the top left image with the youngest sort of youth basketball opportunity with a lower hoop. In the foreground, you can see the full court use, playground on the right, again, really trying to connect these spaces more intentionally and creating that neighborhood vibe where there can be a lot of interaction between users. Recommendation slide. So staff recommends that the Board of Commissioners approve the concept plan for Willard Park improvements. These improvements are consistent with the long-range plan that was developed for Willard Park in the 2019 North Service Area Parks Plan. These improvements are consistent with the goals and strategies of Parks for All comp plan. And upon approval, we anticipate to go into final design here this spring, and if we will largely be constructing in 2027. And questions?
Thank you. I believe Commissioner Rucker was first.
Yeah, thanks for letting me speak. I'm not on this committee. But yeah, thanks for the presentation. I know you and I have been working, on concepts. So you say concept 2 would be the final one?
That's right.
I know we're on a Teams meeting with the skateboarders. So are we going with the one they recommended with less, with, the rails and, things like that? Are we going with that one?
Yeah, so the it's maybe best to see it almost in the renderings. The one so concept 2 was referred is more of the entire site layout, so all the features together. So they were working within the box of concept 2 when we were having the public virtual meeting in January, and how to include skate features along that. So that's on that kind of left-hand side. I'm on the top left slide. Along that left-hand slide of where they would include some skate features, and so you can kind of see there's more. It creates a little bit of a barrier, that little bump all the way along the west side of the court. There was concern about boards being able to run and kick out into the courts, and this is part of their working design solution at this point of really keeping it a north-south parallel activity to the courts, and also parallel to any bike path on the west side. Also, there's no this skate parking. Sometimes you think of ramps or transitional features where you build up a lot of speed. This is all level kind of street style, right? So you're working with like 4 to 6 inch high curb, 8 inch high blocks where you can work off of those features, and you're building your own speed off of it, not using a ramp or something to really get quicker speed. So that also kind of blends with reducing conflicts and high speed activity in that area.
Okay, and then I know we talked about fiberglass backboards and things like that.
Yeah, yep. So the renderings kind of show like a white opaque blackboard, but those will actually be more like our acrylic type backboard that has much higher playability value. Yep.
And then for skateboarding, I know you mentioned programming.
Yeah.
That would be great if that can happen, because we have the bowl down at Firewell.
Yep.
And now with Willard, we're gonna have this feature.
Yeah.
So it'd be great if we can have programming for the kids.
And I did follow up on that a bit, and reached out to our rec staff, and actually Spark Studios out of the Whittier Park runs a program that has told me it's a skate and photography program to learn how to skate, and also photography is big, or videography is really big in the skate community, and our rec program actually purchased skateboards and helmets and pads as part of that program, and it's been running spring, summer, fall. It's extremely popular, and it's kind of a weekly program that comes out of Whittier. For the actual skate park for that one is Painter. So there's a precedent there that we can kind of use continue to coordinate with our rec staff to see if we can have an opportunity here once this gets built up. built
All right.
out. Yep.
Well, thank you. Community's excited about it and can't wait till we open.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. Thanks for this presentation. The designs look great. I was really happy to hear that we're talking directly with skaters to make sure that what we build really aligns with what they're expecting. The question I had was about a line item in the costs. On one of your earlier slides, there was something called cultural fees for section 106 at $31,000. What is that?
I'll try to answer it as fully as I can. Might have to ask Adam to sneak in on it as well. It's related to the federal process for that grant that we received, that we need to do cultural resources investigation on the site. Part of the way Willard Park is oriented, there was actually, I'll go back to the current slide. So there's an alley on the east side, right? So there was actually a row of houses facing, or a row of houses on that alley, and on the west side of the alley. And then there was also an old road that would go through kind of where the building is in Willard, on the park side of Willard Park, kind of right through that spot. There was a street there with more housing on the west side and east side of that street. So there's some houses were raised. I don't have the exact timing on that, but houses were raised, so they were actually, part of that cultural investigation was to find any sensitive areas that we need to work around. And there are a couple kind of rectangles that we're really trying to limit our grading and use and reuse over those areas that we want to maintain. So we've gone through that cultural resources, section 106, to identify kind of what our limitations there, and it'll be a continue kind of reporting that we have to do as part of that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carbajal Moran.
Yeah, thank you so much for your work on the improvements on Willard Park. I'm really excited about the intersectionality and just the intention of the space, and so I'm really excited. My question is, in the proposed plan, there was the shading area for the pool, and so throughout the presentation, I didn't see it in the pool, and so more than anything, I know that currently right now the pool has the little like water shed falling, and so I was just curious to know if there's going to be that shade, or if there's any other amenities being added to the pool. I know that 40th Street Park also has the pool for little ones, and so I'm wondering if it's going to be like similar to that, or just any other amenities added to the pool.
Thank you. I'm going to fix my process. Chair Garcia, Commissioner Carvajal Moran, thank you for the comment. So the shade, we really, from the way the funding that we have, kind of this federal grant that's been federalized, our local funds, it was very clear in our application and kind of the feedback that we have with that funding is that we're really not touching that footprint of the wading pool. You're probably referencing where there was a shade kind of icon in our long range plan over that area. We may get creative to see how we can get shade directly there, but we're kind of focusing on this gathering space number 5 to get our shade adjacent. There is also a very large hackberry tree on the south side of that existing wading pool that we intentionally are staying away from any of our redevelopment, because that does cast a lot of shade for that particular pool.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess the one question that I would like to raise is when you were showing the financials, where we were at in terms of projected costs versus the monies available. Did any of these uses take into account the skateboard programming? Or was that, I understand that was kind of added late in the game thanks to some feedback from Coach Tate. So I could totally understand if that's not in there, but.
Chair Garcia, it is not located, it's not part of that design, sources or uses. It's not a consideration at this point. One thing we do have, if we're building in 27, we have some opportunity to identify potential grants to go through, like a Hennepin County equipment grant or something that I can, I'm sure I'll be working with Recreation to see if we can get creative and bringing that program in right away.
Great, thank you. At this time, we have no one signed up for public speaking. So I will just ask anyone in the gallery, is anyone here to speak about the Willard Park plan? Anyone? Anyone? With that, I will close the public hearing. Thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, so that brings us to our action item of the resolution approving the concept plan for Willard Park. I will entertain a motion for that plan.
I'll move resolution 2026-28, resolution approving the concept plan for Willard Park.
All right, thank you. Is there any further discussion around this? No further discussion. I will move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? All right, that motion carries. And then for the planning committee meeting, we have one more resolution regarding approving a 5-year license agreement. I understand Christine Downey is here to discuss that. If we could just get a quick overview on that.
It was mentioned that it needs to be moved, so I didn't know if I.
Chair Garcia, it would be most appropriate to move it and then move into discussion and presentation.
I would entertain a motion or a movement to move this resolution.
So moved.
Thank you. And then do we have any discussion?
Chair Garcia, I apologize. It's most appropriate also to read the resolution.
I'll move resolution 2026-33, resolution approving a 5 license agreement with the State of Minnesota Department of Transportation for installation and maintenance of a counter and a camera at West River Parkway located within Mississippi George Regional Park and waiver of license fees.
All right, then if we could hear your presentation or just your summation of the project.
Yes, I don't have a formal presentation, but I do have someone from MnDOT here to answer any questions you might have specific to technical items or implements that are going to be installed. But I will briefly explain that it is a license for MnDOT to install these two. One, I think, is considered a camera, and the other is a counter along West River Parkway, and they are in 2 different locations. And their information that they're collecting as it results with pedestrians and bicyclists. I believe that they would like to gather this information for their purposes, but they will also share that information with the park board. And so if you have any specific questions, other than that, I do have Jacob from MnDOT here for any specific questions that relate to that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Engelhardt?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Garcia. I have a lot of questions. It doesn't say where, so I guess I'd start with where within Mississippi Gorge Regional Park specifically. What is the camera going to be doing? What level of information sharing with other governmental entities or anywhere, data practices and such? Would this be a camera that could be used to ticket? I guess we'll start with those questions and see where they go.
I think I can answer, I'm sorry, Chair Garcia, Commissioner Engelhardt. I believe I can answer the locations. One is around 3200 West River Parkway, and the other is about the 40th block, so 4000 West River Parkway. In terms of the particulars, I will invite Jacob up from MnDOT in order to answer some of the other questions so that we can clarify those things.
Yeah, happy to answer those questions. One of the counters already exists. It's been there since 2014. It counts pedestrians and bicyclists, just the volume, time of day, and direction that they travel. So we've been collecting data on that side path usage for about 10, 11 years. We use, for that particular counter, there's like a little invisible infrared laser beam that shoots across the path. People walk by it and it gets counted as a person. We have embedded loops, we call it, in the pavement when some metal goes over it. So when bicyclists bike over it, it counts it as a bicyclist. So that's one of the counters that already exists. But the other camera, the one that you might be more interested in, it's called a Citix AI Evo. It also captures just volume data, direction and time of day, but it has this new AI function that lets it sort of disaggregate more of the users. So we'll be able to tell the difference between a regular bike and an e-biker. We'll be able to tell the speed of these different users. We'll be able to tell the difference between a child and an adult, people wearing helmets or not helmets. Most critically, there's no video footage that's captured. It's just all processed locally in real time. So like the camera takes the feed and feeds it through the object detection model that is powered by AI, and then just transmits a number, like that's a person, that's a bicyclist, that's a person not wearing a helmet, that's a person going 25 miles per hour on an e-bike or 20 miles per hour on an e-bike. So yeah, basically that's it.
So the cameras wouldn't be used they're not like these flock cameras or whatever?
No,
Yeah.
no, it's actually, they're manufactured in Europe. They're manufactured in Paris, actually, and they specifically mask faces and license plates during the processing phase. So it's non-identifiable, and there's just no recorded footage. You could go look at it on a screen. That's where we have to set up the sort of screen lines, we call them, to see anytime someone passes through this screen line, it'll count that person. But then that image is just gone.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're not really sharing that information unless someone really wants it. We're very happy to share it with MPRB and planners here. I just think a lot of interesting research questions could be answered from it, and this would be the first AI camera that MnDOT uses for this purpose. But these cameras are also being used, or going to be used, in Duluth, in Rochester, and I believe the city of Minneapolis has a couple of Citix cameras as well. And we have 2 more that we're thinking about placing in other locations in Minneapolis, but working with the city of Minneapolis to do that, or in St. Paul. But basically, yeah, it's just sort of disaggregated volume data and just really looking at the complexion of who's on a bicycle path and using it, a walker or a biker or someone walking their dog.
Thank you. Commissioner Carbajal-Moran.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. So I did have the opportunity to read through the partnership contract, and so I just had a few questions. I know that under the responsibilities of MDOT, there was some, oh, here we go. Under the responsibilities of MDOT, it stated that the state maintenance shall include, but shall not be limited to repair, replacement of the counters. The maintenance activities covers under this agreement may be conducted at any time by the state or its contractors without prior notice to the local government. So I just wanted to get more clarification. I know that we had the ceremony of Renee Good. MPD did place some cameras on Powderhorn Park, and so it was around the same time that ICE agents happened to be at the parks, and so community was alarmed that, you know, like who was putting these cameras. And so I, with this being said, I just wanted to ask if there's any way if my understanding is that MDOT can just come, if the cameras are broken, they can come and replace them. But I'm just wondering if there's any way that notification or notice can be given to the park board. So that's my first question. And then secondly, is there any signage when putting the cameras up, again, just for safety and making sure that community is like in communication of what is happening? Otherwise, I'm really thankful for MDOT for taking the responsibility of these cameras. So grateful for that due to just budget. So thank you.
Chair Garcia, Commissioner Carvajal-Moran, is that how you say it? I'm sorry. I will just briefly explain in terms of them coming in to do repairs. Those are typically done through a construction permit. If they're from what I understand, it'll be a very short period of time. It's not something they take hours or weeks or days to fix. That typically is something we would handle internally within planning. And you know, there are often times where there may be no fee as a result of it taking less than an hour if they're just taking it off or whatever. But if there were some additional answers that you would need further than that in terms of some of the other questions you had, I can also invite Jacob back up. So,
I think communication-wise, I don't know, like, can there be I don't know if this is also like study related. If do you want community to know that these cameras are in place? I feel like if community knows, then they become more alert of like, oh yeah, let me go slower. Because I know that the intention of these cameras are to measure speed. But just wondering if, I don't know, communication can be placed like near the cameras. I don't know, just like overall like what this project is about. Just a little bit of education on these cameras.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Carvajal-Moran, my understanding from the explanation that is given to me and also in the agreement, it's not, they're not trying to say that you're going too fast. It's just a matter of them being able to decide between whether it's an e-bike or a person who's using their manual legs to pedal the bike. And so there's not like an enforcement issue. And in terms of the other questions I can ask Jacob, but because of the actual purpose for the cameras is just counting and making sure that they're more specific as to whether they're counting someone walking, someone on a regular bike, or on an e-bike. It's not a matter of, oh, you're going too fast, we're going to give you a ticket. So that's my understanding. But if you have, I hope that answers if you have something additional to that.
More, I guess what I'm trying to say, like overall, just the communication of this project. Because I know they're trying to just get findings, and so just overall communication to community of like, hey, this is like cameras per se. Yeah, I don't know if that question or just overall communication. Yeah, if that could be communicated with MDOT. I know that surveillance or just cameras can be intimidating right now for community, and so just trying to mitigate that, informing community of what's like happening.
Yeah, I recognize that the optics of cameras is pretty fraught right now. We have stickers, but we don't have anything to say that, like, where, you know, this isn't a speed camera, or we don't have anything that says this is just counting. We could think about developing signage or something like that, but a part of us wants to just also have it be as invisible as possible, because we don't want people to also be like, oh, I want to mess up the numbers and just go by this counter tons, or linger a lot and screw up the numbers or whatever. But since this is our first one, we haven't really developed messaging around it. We're just really excited about exploring the data that we get from it. But I'm happy to work with people at NPRB to come up with some sort of signage or campaign to, you know, make people aware that this is just a volume counter. Yeah.
That would be great. I think my time is up, but that would be great.
Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. My question was about, I thought I saw like a similar obelisk or monolith counter on the west side of the Franklin Avenue Bridge, right on almost the Parkway. Is that related? Is that different?
That's also a MnDOT counter. You're talking about the display. It's like a vertical tower that displays how many people have biked across that particular piece of infrastructure. That's a part of the network of permanent counters we have around the state. Also, the one that we have at the 3200 block of West River Parkway is a part of that same network. And this camera, we're looking at it more as a semi-permanent camera. It needs to be hardwired into a pole, so it can't just be moved around. But we would like to capture data for more than 2 years, just to see if we can start developing trends over time, especially as, you know, more and more people purchase and ride e-bikes. We want to see how the shift in trail usage changes to, you know, having more people on e-bikes rather than just regular bikes. That being said, in the future we will be able to potentially move this camera to a different location on West River Parkway if NPRB is interested in gathering usage data in a different location or a different segment of the trail. That's all a long way of saying, like, yes, it's related to that tower that you see, that vertical tower that you see. It's all part of the counting infrastructure that we have.
Okay, so this one just adds a camera element and
then just move. This is the first piece of equipment we have that will be able to distinguish between bikes and regular bikes, people wearing helmets or not wearing helmets, child versus adult, and speed.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Because one more thing, all of our other counters just capture volume, just the number of people biking by, the direction that they're going, and the time of day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any further questions or discussion? All right, all those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, that passes. As that was our final item on our agenda. At 7:17, I will adjourn this meeting of the Planning Committee.
All right, I will reconvene the regular meeting. We are now on to reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, or committees. Anything? Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, President Olson. Maybe last week, we had our Commissioner Forney and I had our first meeting of the Joint Endowment Committee, which is related to the Minneapolis Parks Foundation. It was a great introductory session where we got to learn a lot about the endowment itself and its origins and what its ultimate goals are. In future meetings, I think we're going to meet on a quarterly basis. We're going to, I think, hash out a lot of the details about how the committee interacts both internally and also with the Parks Foundation, with the Park Board, and with the Investment Committee. So we're all looking forward to that. We know this is a generational infrastructural piece that we've built to sustain our operations, and especially the work that we heard about today in recreational programming.
Thank you for that. Anything else? Okay. With that, we are now on to our consent business, our consent agenda. Does anyone want to pull anything for discussion? Vice President Despandi.
Yeah, I'd like to pull Resolution 2026-29 and also Resolution 2026-34.
Okay, those will be pulled for discussion. Then we,
I would like to pull Resolution 2026-31.
okay,
Oh,
we will
actually-
discuss all of them. Let's just go down then.
President.
Oh, sorry.
Actually, Commissioner Despandi. Yeah, okay.
Got it. Okay, so we aren't pulling Resolution 2026-31. We are just doing 29 and 34. So let's go ahead and just vote then on Resolution
We should
20.
move then I'll move the remaining consent
yes, thank you.
items. I guess it's just Resolution 2026-31.
Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, with that, Resolution 2026-31 passes. We are now on to Resolution 2026-29. Is there, would someone please move that?
I'll move Resolution 2026-29, a resolution approving contracts for the purchase of trees as requested per BE number 3895 at an estimated total expenditure of $800,000 pending approval by City of Minneapolis Purchasing and Procurement and Civil Rights Departments.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And discussion. Actually, Commissioner Carvajal-Moran won that one. So, Commissioner Carvajal-Moran.
Yeah, so I think this is beautiful. I am in support. I know that some of my constituents were concerned about, or just something to think about, and so just wondering if the work is already being done, but just the aftercare about the trees. I know that usually the first years are very crucial of watering the trees, and so I had a few folks mention that these trees, at least when they were first planting, some would die, and so I'm just curious about like the after or post care of these trees, and just also wondering, I know that like agencies are at capacity, but I did also had the opportunity to read through the resolution, and I know that this is trying to target areas that are like areas where communities may be like there was somewhere specific in the resolution, but anyways, I'm just wondering like what support also can be given to communities, like if trees are planted in particular communities, like watering a tree can be expensive, and so just also wondering like what support can be brought, I don't know, just like partnership, so just those two questions. Thank you.
Yes, President Olson and Commissioner Carvajal-Moran. I'll speak to the aftercare first, and I think you're going to see this as we go further into or further away from the EAB removal. Over several years, we've been working really hard to replace canopy that we lost in response to EAB. So what you'll probably see is us reducing some of the trees that we're planting in order for us to better care for trees that we've put in the ground. So over time, the most important period for aftercare for trees is the first few years that they're in the ground so that we can get them established. You'll always see trees that don't make it. There is some, built-in mortality, and we always work to replace the trees that we don't get established in the ground. But staff works tirelessly on aftercare
whether it's watering or mulching or staking, whatever the case may be for that. We do also work with the community to talk, to work with friends groups, neighborhood groups, to see if there are groups interested in adopting newly planted trees. And we also work in partnership with Brewing a Better Forest, and they have a tree adoption program where citizens can assist in aftercare. So I think you'll start to see us focus more on aftercare and maintenance going forward. We still want to expand the canopy, and we still want to improve diversity.
Thank you.
Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, President Olson. I had a few questions, and I actually already had some correspondence with Director McMaster and Assistant Superintendent Barrick, but I wanted to get these just public on the record since a number of constituents had asked. The first question is, ginkgos are the second highest number of trees that we're purchasing. Why are we purchasing ginkgos given that they're non-native? They cause some problems for some folks.
Yes, President Olson, Vice President Deshpande. Once again, I go back to diversity. The best way for us to insulate our urban forest from pest and disease outbreaks is through diversity. Unfortunately, we can't do that with native trees alone. So I get asked about ginkgo quite a bit. Ginkgo is a little bit of a special case because there was a time when ginkgo was ubiquitous across the entire planet, including here in North America, and it is part of the fossil record right here in Minnesota. So this particular tree has been here. It's becoming one of the more common trees in the United States because it does so well across multiple climates. It performs well with the challenges of the urban environment. And so it's one of those species that when we talk about mortality, we don't see it in the numbers that we might see from other species. I'll also say this, we don't plant non-native species in our sensitive natural areas. Those trees only go in on boulevards or areas that are maintained. So in that way, we kind of put a check on the possibility of them escaping where we plant. We also consistently work with other organizations, whether they be states or other cities, gardens, arboretums, to talk about some of these non-native species and what they're seeing. So if we get something where we have a red flag on a certain species, beyond our own observations, we will pull that species, and we have done that. So yeah, that's ginkgos.
Okay, thank you. And related to captivity and escape, one natural steward told me had particular concern about the species Prunus macki, which just goes by chokecherry amur, but it's a native to Eastern Asia. And apparently that tree has already started to spread to some natural areas in Minnetonka. And so some people are raising concerns about that one already. Do you know anything about that particular species?
President Olson, Vice President Deshpande, I wouldn't say that it's something that stands out above the rest. We do plant it. We plant it in smaller numbers. Once again, we insulate it from natural areas and we monitor natural areas. The real kickoff is for the DNR to come back and say, hey, this is an invasive species. But we still monitor across the board, especially in our natural areas, to determine if this thing is moving into those places. I'll say it again, we cannot get to the diversity that we need with native species only. We don't want to get into another situation like we just had with EAB, and we wipe out 20% of our canopy. So I would say, once again, heavily monitored, managed by where they're planted, and then coordination and collaboration with other organizations to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And my last question was around the procurement and sourcing and pricing of the trees. We're getting 8,000 trees for $800,000, so $100 per tree. That's pretty good, especially compared to, I saw that St. Paul recently was paying $700 per tree to replace a number that were vandalized. So that sounds like a good price. But when I look through the 12 listed suppliers, 11 of them didn't have transparent pricing or available pricing. Only one did. And so that led me to question, one, why is the pricing so not transparent on what is essentially a commodity product? And two, does the procurement division of Minneapolis, and I assume we were working with them, do they have extra knowledge about the pricing of trees and what's a good price and what's not?
Yeah, President Olson, Vice President Deshpande. I would say that piece is handled by the city. We do go through a normal process. We cast a wide net. As you saw, we have 12 vendors on that, on this proposal, and many of them are return vendors that we have relationships with. Many of them bid on a lot of different species and varieties that they don't get awarded. So we're able to look across a large section to find the absolute best price that we can. To speak to the city procurement's knowledge of market prices, I would say I'm not familiar, but in my time working in this capacity and a previous capacity, I would say the pricing that we're getting is outstanding. We do a really good job of selecting not just species, but size that allows our trees to be established more quickly. And so that may be some of the difference between us and St. Paul. A lot of cities will procure larger specimen just to have a little bit bigger immediate impact. We prefer to go a little bit smaller so that they will more readily establish. So that would be to that. Beyond that, I can't speak to the procurement.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, thank you, President Olson. May just count me as another voice for making sure that we're taking care of these young trees and getting them set up right. I see bags, that are supposed to be filled with water. I think we all do that, and we see the tree die, and it's sad. So let's make sure we're good stewards. But also count me as, you're a good advocate for the ginkgo tree. I do not like the ginkgo tree, and neither does anybody that lives anywhere around me, because there are plenty in my neighborhood. They smell terrible. They make dogs sick. For some reason, dogs want to eat them. Is there a way to, and I can appreciate diversity and biodiversity for sure, is there a way to put them not on boulevards and not where they go on the sidewalk and they end up rotting and stinking and, making dogs have bowel issues?
Yeah, President Olson, Commissioner Engelhardt, what we try to do is we try to purchase only male ginkgo trees that do not fruit, and you don't have the issues with aroma and mess. Occasionally, we'll mistakenly get a female tree, or a male tree may revert to female at maturity. I would say if you do experience that, and it hasn't been caught by our staff before that, report those trees. When we come across female ginkgo trees, we will immediately put a work request in to remove and replace those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further discussion? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution 2026-29, please say aye. Aye. And opposed? With that, it passes. Would someone please move Resolution 2026-34?
So moved.
Well, I think we got to read.
I'll read the whole thing. All right. Resolution 2026-34. Resolution authorizing a professional services agreement with Parallel Technologies, Inc. related to pre-sales and design support, system procurement and installation, engineering and installation, system commissioning and turnover, and ongoing support and managed services for the MPRB building security projects in the amount not to exceed $5 million for the 5-year period of February 18th, 2026 through February 17th, 2031.
Can we get a second?
Second.
All right, discussion on resolution 2026-34. Commissioner, Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, President Olson. My question was around basically the pricing and how we're paying for this and the split that Parallel gets on the capital side versus the ongoing operational side.
Well, the pricing is the same for equipment. So to answer that directly, so on the capital side, there's project funding, a new, North Commons is going in, there's a security system that goes in. There's a pricing list that is approved annually by the board. The pricing is the same for construction, the pricing is the same for equipment, for maintenance. So on the maintenance side, we have a stepped up over the last couple of years. We have a stepped up maintenance fund because these do have a life cycle and they need to be replaced. One of the problems in the previous security system and fire alarm system and burglar system, the intrusion systems, is that they kind of just drifted and were not maintained and kind of died on the vine, if you will. So we have a maintenance fund, and the pricing is the same. So the same camera costs the same for both.
Okay, and so essentially they're baked into the cost of new construction projects. There's a parallel.
Yeah, there is. So that's part of the design. So there's a design, and then that's cost, and that's part of the capital budget for that project.
Okay.
Maintenance, on the other hand, like if a camera breaks after it's built, we have to just go and replace that camera. If a keypad, on a door, they go bad, that's on the maintenance side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please, resolution 2026-34, please say aye. Aye. And opposed? All right, with that, it passes. We are now on to admin and finance. Commissioner Carvajal-Moran, would you please do the honors of reading?
Mm-hmm. On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I will move Resolution 2026-21, resolution amending the 2019 Capital Improvement Program to rescind the allocation for 8th Avenue Streamscape Plan implementation and returning the allocated $250,000 to the Devil Horstein Park Land Dedication Fund.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? With that, resolution 2026-21 passes.
Okay, perfect. I will move Resolution 2026-22, resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit proposals to the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources, LCCMR, from the Environmental and Natural Resources Trust Fund, ENRTF, for 5 projects in response to the 2027 request for proposals.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this resolution? All right, some cool projects here. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? With that, resolution 2026-22 passes. On to the Legislative Intergovernmental Committee.
Yeah, and with that, I'll move Resolution 2025-239, a resolution adopting the 2026 MPRB Draft Federal Legislative Agenda.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion or questions on this one? Fortunately, given the current federal dynamics, a lot of this is likely moot. Okay. All those in favor of Resolution 2025-239, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. With that, it passes. And now on to the next.
Yep, and I'll now move Resolution 2025-240, Resolution approving the draft 2026 MPRB state legislative agenda.
Seconded.
All right, and this one, I think we should have a short, maybe just stick to the quick highlights. We did just have our legislative breakfast where we covered some of these, but I think, really hammering it into folks' minds of, some of these funds when we go and speak with our legislators would be helpful.
Thank you, President Olson and Commissioners. And thank you for attending the breakfast on Friday. Appreciate that. So session began on February 17th. The Senate DFL continues to have a one-seat majority, and the House continues to be evenly divided again following the special elections. So in the House, they have co-chairs for each of the committees. The February forecast that just came out showed a $3.7 billion surplus this biennium, and in the tails, there's a $377 million surplus, which is better than we had in the November forecast. They were looking at a structural deficit in the tails, and now they're still predicting that for the out years, but it's promising that we have a surplus in both of these. It is an election year for Governor, House, and Senate. The anticipated and what we are seeing the topics be so far in the session are federal ICE activity, gun violence prevention, fraud, and hopefully bonding. I am hearing fraud brought up in every committee on every topic. In the second year of the biennium, which this is, the bills carry over from the previous year. So the Met Council bonding, the 10 regional parks are continuing to ask for more than what we're seeing, at least in the governor's bill. They're asking for $20 million collectively for the regional parks system. The great part about that is the Met Council does a $2 for every $3 match. As I noted at the breakfast, Governor Walz has only $1 million collectively for metro regional parks and no local government project money. He has named local government project money. He has a $35 million pot set aside for them to be determined by the legislature. But what we are hearing, and we heard at the breakfast as well, is no one thinks this is enough. And I've heard in committee so far, Representative Lilly, Senator Dibble, and Senator Pappas have all made remarks to that effect. So the bonding bill process, the bill has to originate in the House. It requires a supermajority 3/5 vote on both the House and Senate floors to go to the governor. This translates to 81 votes in the House and 41 in the Senate. This is a list of our bonding projects that were ranked by the last board in priority order. North Commons is clearly the one that we have to get funding for and complete. All the other ones would be nice to have, but clearly North Commons is our number one, and you saw at the breakfast that's the only one that we addressed. These are just other funding issues that are of importance to the park board, but because it's not a budget year, we're not likely to see action on these. The governor will present his supplemental budget soon, and then the legislature may decide or may not decide to do a supplemental budget this year, but I'll just run through these. The Arts and Cultural Heritage request is new this year on our agenda. Former Commissioner Schaefer added this. And the policy issues, the only one that we had that was new is the liquor bill. It's supporting changes to allow for the mobile concessions in the parks, and I think you heard tonight mention from Newman about the Parks on Tap, so it would allow us to move the mobile truck with taps to various parks, and many other cities have taken advantage of something like this. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have about it.
Yeah. Any questions? Any questions?
Could I have one thing? I think it's on the agenda.
Yes, certainly. Councilor Rice.
Pamela, do we have that issue about, there's a housing bill going through the legislature, the big housing bill, and last year the bill would have preempted our ability to impose park dedication fees. And I checked on the bill, Frankie got it to me, and the provision we worked out with Senator Clark is in the bill, so we don't have to worry about it, but
Yeah.
we should track that. Has that been on our agenda or not?
I mean, it's never been on our official agenda, something that we clearly worked, and you worked hard to get language that was amenable to us, that Senator Clark was thankfully changed. We haven't usually put things on here that we're opposing.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
But we would certainly,
We'll track that. That was, it would have, basically, the housing bill last year that may pass this year to add more housing in cities would have precluded local governments from imposing a lot of fees and would have included our park dedication fee.
We do have the policy issue of opposing preemption, which I think would generally fall under that, so. Okay, I do actually have a amendment I would like to add, which I had submitted here. And so the amendment would go, it would add a bullet point under opposed preemption that would say, the MPRB will seek to take legislative action which allows it to ban guns on its property. Could I get a second for that amendment?
Second.
Thank you. And so now into discussion of the amendment to that. So I wrote a little bit in my email here, some of this. So a lot of this, you know, my thinking of this started when there was a tragic shooting at Falwell Park. And while that was more in cars and kind of outside of our parks, it got me thinking of, you know, what are some actions that we can take within our park system? And I was kind of shocked to learn that we actually do not have the ability to ban guns within our park system, which, you know, I mean, I can't fathom any reason why someone who's not a park police officer or perhaps a Minneapolis police officer would ever need a weapon in our park system. So I'm leaving it open here rather than kind of specifically dictating it because there is currently a DFL bill that would allow municipalities to make their own gun rules. But in a conversation I had with Rep. Jordan, she mentioned there are some, I mean, you know, then you could have some rural places where, you know, they maybe have some wild laws around carrying weapons, you know, so who knows there. And so, you know, perhaps we can have one that is more specific to parks. Maybe this way we can find partners within our metro parks. And so that's the thinking here. Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward, President Olson. And I'm a gun owner. I support the Second Amendment. Yet, I don't think you need to bring a gun everywhere you go to be safe. And know your target and beyond, and the basics you learn in hunter safety. I don't know how you could expect to be shooting around in a park and not have some pretty drastic results. But beyond that, I think what we've learned in the last 3 months as we've experienced this terror from the federal government is we were limited in what we could do. So we can have them running around with long guns and nothing, you know, assault rifles with 30-round mags, and they're gunning down our own residents. So there's nothing we can do about it. So I think that moving this along so that we can keep those weapons of war out of our parks is worth it on top of everything else. So thanks for bringing this forward.
Absolutely. Okay. All those, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, with that, it is amended. Now on to the larger topic, the amended agenda. I will just say, so we talked during the legislative breakfast, and I've mentioned before how, you know, I would like to see commissioners going to the Capitol, meeting with your representatives and senators, building those relationships, starting to kind of discuss these issues as we kind of go further. I do hope, I think we'll have a trifecta again next year, and that's when we can really get to work. But Pamela is working hard to set those up. And so do please respond if she reaches out to you. Keep an eye out for those messages because the session kind of moves really, really fast. And when representatives or senators say they have a time available, it's really important to lock that in. So just wanted to make that note. Okay, all those in favor of the amended resolution 2025-2040, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, with that, we have a legislative agenda. And we are on to our discussion item, our Indigenous Action Plan, welcome and introduction. So welcome Emma Pachuta and Carrie Day.
I like it when you call me Carrie Day.
Oh.
Right. Good evening, President Olson and Commissioners. My name is Emma Pachuta. I work in the Planning Division, and I have had the privilege to be able to collaborate with and also introduce our Indigenous Parks Liaison, Carrie Day Aspinwall. And we, the two of us, have been working to support and implement action items within the purview of the MPRB Indigenous Action Plan. Carrie Day has been a consultant with us since 2023 and was integral in seating MPRB's first ever Native American Parks Council, who helps to advise and guide this work, and they also fit into the format of a technical advisory committee or a TAC. When Carrie Day and I were discussing how to best introduce this work to you, considering how 2026 started in our city, we agreed that it was very important to begin in a good way and in keeping with Indigenous traditions. So Carrie Day will begin our presentation with the cultural practice of tobacco first, or smudging. If anyone in the room is sensitive to tobacco, please feel free to leave the room for a few minutes. We have some slides that we will walk through with you tonight, and I will also be emailing them out. But more than the content on the slide, our hope is really that you see this as a welcome from both Carrie Day and myself, a bit of an olive branch from her and from us to open up a dialogue with you about this work. Alongside working with the Parks Council, we have spent the last couple of years building relationships with tribal nations, leadership councils, and the Dakota and Indigenous community in the region, which has also driven and shaped our work to date. We anticipate there are topics and projects that may overlap with your districts or your policy interests, so we look forward to working with you over the next 4 years. Lastly, I would like to thank previous and current staff and leadership for their continued support on the work, on this work and this project, which has been integral in its success to date. And with that, Carrie Day, I welcome you and invite you to start us off.
Well, I'm doing the same by extending the smudge to you all. In our culture, in our ways, it's always tobacco first. We always thank the Creator, and to those that circle with us, to those that circle with us, it clears the room of any negativity. It is meant to heighten your awareness of all those good things that are coming to you, and again, it's a way to bring collaboration and cooperation within our circle. It's just, again, as Emma has said and that I've shared many times, it's our first way, it's our best way, and I think after millenniums of the practice, I don't want to change nothing about that. So again, I know I've been in front of you before offering our smudge, and I appreciate the opportunity to bring this cultural practice into the halls of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. I don't know how many of my Indigenous folks are watching this evening or listening, but again, they know it, they can feel it, and I know they have as much pride as I do in extending our culture into the circles where we normally have a presence. So, but we are both considered stewards of this land, and we take that very seriously and have, as I said, for millenniums. So I appreciate your openness. It really makes things a lot easier to share with you all, knowing that you're okay with it. Because again, this is our way, and I'm really appreciative of you all to give us some time to share all the good work that's going on in our community. Well, let's go back to the previous slide there. This is what our community looks like. You see this, all these folks here? That was our Mother's Day powwow at Little Earth. And I have to say, Little Earth, the powwow committee that started this, this event, kitchen table moms and grandmas, wanting to maintain the culture and pride within our community and share and educate our younger ones in our culture and our practices. Again, we went many years of engaging on Cedar Field, within Cedar Field, and didn't quite know if we should be taking care of it. I mean, you know, again, even our little lawnmower would go a little bit in there, a little bit, just to, you know, say, yep, we're here to help. But again, to have the powwow in Cedar Field legally, through permit and all of that, working with our administration to help us when we needed to understand some of the costs and the policies around what we can and can't do, really, really uplifting to people. Because we, you know, again, we've not been in the light. And so again, these cultural practices are where we shine. Our people spend many, many, many hours creating and teaching. And so again, to have this celebration in our park, to have our previous president, Meg Forney, join us in our grand entry. Grand entry is the first dance of the powwow. Everybody dances, everybody. If you're in regalia or if you're not. I happened to bring a box of ribbon skirts with because I didn't know if my partners were attuned to the practice. So I made sure that and here's Meg, she put her skirt on and she came right out there with us and she did the grand entry with us, and the comments from the community were overwhelming. Who's that lady? Who did you bring here? What is she doing here? Because again, you know how stark, you know, Meg looks. She's and again how in contrast we look to one another, and so it was a good engagement. The people of the community embraced it. They thought, wow, the park is here. The president of the park is here, and she's dancing with us. So again, many, many things have changed since that first dance, if you would. And we are completely, our community is completely overwhelmed by the presence, the communication, the potential projects, and just having a voice and the ability to be able to share our culture with you all. These individuals served as our inaugural Native Parks Council. We took very, very, very careful steps, doing deep research and to really decide who can serve, who's going to bring the most to this circle and to the discussion and to this inaugural council, because we've not had that relationship. So the list that you see before you, I consider them the cream of our crop. They're connected, they're educated, they're experienced, they most importantly, they hold their culture as a priority. And so this inaugural slate, if you would, has really set the tone for this first year for this Indigenous Parks Plan. And we are looking forward to right now seating our second year of folks. We have some that are interested in staying, and there are others that would like to continue to understand and kind of watch from outside the circle. So again, it's radiating, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So it's been very, very exciting to talk with folks. Tribal councils across the state are wondering what we're doing and how we're doing that, and kind of checking in on us. How is that going? I know that my own chair from the Leech Lake Reservation has been down a number of times. He's done some community engagement activities with us on the north side over at North Mississippi. He was a former North Minneapolis resident for up on 42nd and Lindale. So he knows the area. And again, he reports back, he serves as the vice chair for the entire tribe. So in as much as it was a casual visit, I knew that he came to see what we were doing and share it with the rest of the tribe. Yeah.
So this is just a few snapshots of some of the work that we've also been doing with the Dakota and the Indigenous community. Carrie, myself, and a number of other staff and leadership have really worked hard to show up consistently and really respond to what we're hearing from the community. So most of these images are events that were either led by or with Indigenous community members. And then the image in the bottom right is the recently approved Cedar Avenue Field park design, which incorporates a number of design elements that were requested by the Native community in East Phillips, which includes a powwow lawn and ceremonial arbor, public art, and an elder's garden.
This particular slide really shows the deepest engagement that we did within the project within the last year. The upper right-hand corner, you'll see that circle. The man on the right is our trusted medicine man. We've lost a few of our medicine people, and that's the heart and soul of us. They lead us through ceremony. They help us with language. And so we were very, very lucky. I felt very, very lucky that this gentleman, Fred DeJarlet, reached out and introduced himself. And so again, in my ways, my dad, you don't trust everybody that comes up to you and starts talking to you. You know, you need to take your time, go slow. And particularly in these areas, because everybody can claim this. So it was after much engagement. Fred has supported the park efforts that we've had at Cedar Field. This in particular was we were talking about trees tonight. We asked the elders to come together and help us understand what trees were sacred in Cedar Field, and we marked them. And so those trees that were marked by those elders, designated by those elders, will stay as part of the master planning process there at Cedar Field. Wonderful engagement, lots of opportunities to share and educate our broader community and our allies. Building relationships, we've been just about everywhere. We have been invited to discussions across the river. In particular, the top slide shows you, again, the elders. We brought Minneapolis and St. Paul elders together to see what the big if there was really significant differences there. And the one thing that they care about most is the environment and, of course, our culture and education of our children. We've talked with other tribal nations, as I had mentioned, the Minneapolis Urban Indian Directors. They are made up of 30 Native organizations here within the Twin Cities, all signed a memorandum of understanding that was also signed by the mayor of Minneapolis. I can't even remember what year it was, but it was an agreement between the city and those organizations to work with one another and to serve as allies to one another. Urban Indian Affairs Council is the urban council that represents Twin City urban people to the greater state council. So again, we have representation, and that representation goes up to the state. They are part of our allies. As I said, Tribal Chair from Leech Lake is also part of that Indian Affairs Council. Of course, we can't do anything without our elders. They're our first line of questions and guidance and support. Our Native-led organizations are open to the relationship, and because we've got a lot of kids and we need space just like everybody else. And so being able to be recognized through communications, right? Basketball's opening up. How many of my coaches in my community got that communication? We're finding out where those gaps are and making sure that they do get the communication so our Indian kids can participate. Dakota and Indigenous community members, our presence here is very well received. Again, they're close in location to the Twin Cities, but they have urban members as well. And so we've got a significant population at Little Earth. As you know, we've got over 39 different tribes that reside within Little Earth. We have a large Hispanic community out there. So again, all of these community members are looking so forward to being able to participate and give their voice and see their kids get in there. And, you know, again, our teams being able to participate without having to see if something has happened. I think we've created some direct lines of communication so that our kids can, our teams can sign up at these activities. So, yeah.
And while we're working to move at the speed of trust, we were also able to take some actions last year. Some of the things that were housed under the purview of the Indigenous Action Plan, including updating some of our policies, including our tobacco and our naming policy. We unnamed Sibley Park and temporarily named it to 40th Street Park, and are working on identifying a Dakota-led naming process for that. We hosted 2 community conversations around naming, which is part of, again, moving that 40th Street Park conversation forward. We approved our indigenized Cedar Avenue Field Park design forward. We seated a subcommittee of our Parks Council to think through this new term of the TAC. And then we've also done some initial work to develop kind of more formal goals and strategies for our action plan, similar to our racial equity action plan and some of our other action plans at the Park Board. One of the goals is to really create and formalize an outline to be able to help guide staff with their work through the organization.
Can I talk about the tobacco policy? I really, our for recognizing, again, tobacco first. And the tobacco policy allows us to go into the park and lay our tobacco at the trees. That's what this policy helped us to do. We don't have to stand outside and practice our culture because we're in a certain building. So, I mean, again, this is the first policy that came out from this plan, and it was the most appreciated right now. We don't have to hide. You know, it's really hard to hide this because there are so many of us and we're trying to teach. And so I really appreciate the ability of this body to move so quickly on a policy that probably didn't mean a whole lot to anybody else, but to us it was everything because, again, tobacco's first for us.
Okay. And then we also have a number of items that we're looking ahead in 2026. We aren't necessarily able to speak eloquently about some of them because some things are still in flux, but we just wanted to kind of share the list that is developing as we seat our new Parks Council this upcoming year.
Yeah.
With that, I'll pause and see if you have anything else to share, or we'll just...
Oh, I could talk to you guys all night. You know that. You know that. I'm so proud of this work. I really am. I can't tell you how much of a difference it's made in the trust and the relationship building. We call it moving at the speed of trust, and that's our pace. We're moving at the speed of trust, and our community is moving with us. I'm hoping to get our new council seated because I can feel the energy, and it's like, yes, okay, good. So thank you again for all of this, for the opportunity and for the opportunity to share my culture with you all.
All right, well, we'll just thank you so much for the presentation. Well, it looks like there's going to be plenty of discussion here. We'll just go down the line here. Commissioner Benny.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I liked that piece about the marking of the trees. I think that's important because I think seeing the tree from a different point of view, I think is something maybe the whole canopy will benefit from. So thank you for that. I guess I'm wondering, do you think that there will be an opportunity for a Bodote visit for the commissioner, that since we have a new board of commissioners since,
I love it. Let's go.
Yeah.
We are in initial planning of something like
Okay.
that right now. So thank you for that question, and we are aiming to make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
I think we should spend a little bit more time together. I know they gave us a preview once we got out on site, but again, I just think that there are so many deep connections, and I think that we should be inviting our partnership council, so it isn't just coming from Emma and myself, you're hearing it from the partnership council members, and the Bodote is so sacred. As I moved through this whole year with each engagement and in discussion, each individual that I talked to on the Parks Council or Dakota people, this really is significant. I mean, I'm Ojibwe. We have our sites as well, but to have something so close here in town with such a good population of Dakota people here, it's really a good spot. It's really beautiful. So yeah.
All right, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, President Olson, and thank you both for your presentation. I appreciate tremendously all the work that you've been doing. I'm fortunate enough to represent District 4, which includes Cedar Lake, Lake of the Isles, West River Parkway, including Owamnion, the land that was recently ceded to Owamniomni Okadayapi.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited to work with you going forward and do everything we can to continue to honor the original inhabitants of this area and honor that history of what we're so fortunate to share here. And then I also, as is custom when we have an elder visit, I do have some gifts for you if you have a moment after the meeting. I have some chanchasha or red cedar or red willow, and then some cedar that both of which I was able to harvest with some of my Dakota friends this week. Thank you very much again.
I really struggle with the formalities of some of this stuff because I can just feel how genuine you all are. Thank you, miigwech, in my language, for the gift. It really is heartwarming to know that folks honor and respect our medicines as you have. I mean, it only takes one person to bring that understanding, and it catches like wildfire. It really does. That when the smoke goes all around you, and you feel the stress leaving you, and your good thoughts are coming forward, that what you're doing is right, and what that tool is, that gift is to help us get to that place was meant for us, and will come back and help us time and time again. So that's so awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Carvajal Moran.
Yes, thank you so much. I had the opportunity to read through the Indigenous Action Plan, and so through the report, you can just see how immense the knowledge that you have graciously shared with staff. I'm just also sharing Commissioner Garcia's remarks of just thank you for sharing that knowledge. I'm also looking forward to collaborating and meeting. So I guess that's my first request, if we can schedule a meeting. And then I think one question, and through the report, I understand that your position is a part-time position, and so it can be a lot of work for a single individual. I am just curious, and I know that you mentioned that the council needs to be seated. There were priorities at the very end of the report, and so that being naming, I wanted to understand if land back was a potential priority. I know that, I just curious if that is still
Isn't that just the hardest discussion to have?
correct.
For us, it is also. You know, we're very much a land-based community, land-based people. And we were so very willing to share because we knew what the gifts were that that land would bring. And it's unfortunate and kind of fortunate and unfortunate, you know, progress has its way of chipping away at things. Some people believe that land back is the way back to a deeper understanding and practice of culture and traditions. But most of us live in this current contemporary, lots of urban folks. I think you may get different positions once you start heading north or even south and going into some of the rural reservation communities. It's different for everybody. But again, for our Twin City area, I think there are elements within our community that would like that. But are we ready for that? I have so many questions about that, and I didn't want to seem unsupportive of my people's voice. But that's what my role is as an elder, as a person who has many, many years of experience. I don't know if you know, but I was a Stewart Park kid. That was my park. From the time that I could get away from my parents and go with my friends, that's where we went. A lot of Indian kids went to Stewart Park. We got our meals there. That's where we got our milk. And so again, that was our land. Even as a little kid, you know, these are our spots. But in a formal sense, we really leave those decisions up to the tribes. That's that government-to-government relationship that is agreed upon and very, very necessary. I don't believe that. I think we're open to those discussions and hearing them, and I've heard them. I mean, there's folks that come here and want to talk about that. But you have to include the rest of those voices in our community. There's formalities to it all. I've read the disposition policy for the park, for the feds, and it's significant. It's a couple, 2-3 year process just to get it started. So no, I haven't seen anybody deeply involved or really committed to taking that, and none of the people on the tribes that I've talked to are going in that direction.
To just build off of what you just shared, Carrie Day, we have heard some requests for land back in some of our engagement. We will speak a little bit about that when staff brings the East Phillips Park plan approval process forward, and I was actually going to email out a link to another presentation that Carrie Day and I shared about that very topic. So that happened last year, so I will send that to all of you. Generally speaking, in terms of the themes from our Parks Council and from all of our conversations, I would say it has not rise to the top as like some of our higher priorities. Land stewardship definitely has come up, and land back, you could argue, is maybe a part of that conversation. So I don't know if that's helpful, but it has not rise to some of those higher priorities from our Parks Council yet.
No, that is super helpful, and I know that through it there were the priorities and the baskets, and I know that it was like under access, and so I was just wondering if there if like at the end I know that there were like more clear priorities, and so I was just wondering, but that clears it up, so thank you.
It really gave us some opportunity too to deeply take a deep dive in what does that mean? What does it look like? We ran the numbers, you know, and because Little Earth, when we first started, was like, we want land back, we want Cedar Field, we do all our things there. And it's like, okay, here's what you need to know about Cedar Field and how it's maintained and all of that. And so we ran some numbers, and they're like, oh, okay, well, let's continue to talk about that. You know, so again, education, knowledge sharing, deeper discussions helps folks understand where they stand with their passions and how we might be able to guide and direct some of that motivation to trees. I mean, we had that fabulous event out at the park where our elders were the ones that picked out which trees were sacred. If you look down at a tree and you seen tobacco there, you know that that's a tree that we need to save. And so we used ribbons. It was very, very visible to everybody and very much confirmed by those elders. And ultimately, because of our relationship now with Cedar Field, they don't have to hide having a powwow or sneak into the park to have the powwow for a quick afternoon. We're open, we're talking. And I certainly appreciate that. That's my life's work, is to put people like you together with my folks. And so it's been really very positive. And again, land back's difficult. It really is. I understand it. It's like throwing a knife into the ground. And again, how we treat that and what direction the shadow falls, that's the way it'll go. So again, starting out in a good way, providing that education, and then bringing folks together. So it's been good.
Thank you.
All right, Vice President Deshpande.
I just really wanted to say thank you, Carrie Day, and thank you, Emma. I was basically working with you and watching both of you, well before I even decided to run for the park board. And seeing both of you in action at events in East Phillips, at Cedar Field, it was inspiring. It really moved me, and it made me more convinced than ever that the work that you do, that the park board does, is impacting so many lives. It's making so many neighborhoods so much better and so much more livable, so much more community-based. And so I really just wanted to say thank you, and I really look forward to working with both of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, also gratitude, and thanks for bringing tobacco into this space tonight as well. And the honesty just around land back, and the closest, my neighborhood park in the Holland neighborhood of Northeast Minneapolis, I'd sure like to have a different name. It's named after Andrew Jackson. So I hope to be working on that in this term, honestly.
Let me help you.
Yeah, let's do that. I was like, geez, come on. The concept of land back, it's on my website. It's still on my website from the campaign. And I think it is complex, especially when you're looking at, the concept of even owning land at all, right? But what can we do about, rename? There's that stupid so-called pioneer statues. It's allocated to go away, but we need to raise money, so that sort of thing. So, thank you for your work. Last meeting 2 weeks ago, we heard about the dog park too, so I think we're gonna have to be in conversation about that. And the reason why I chose to speak tonight is because it's hard for us with open meetings laws. So, we had a specific meeting about what the federal government was doing and terrorizing everybody to have more of a community meeting. That was committee of the whole, and maybe that would be a good idea to have a more planned time to talk about how do we actualize things to move to real action from, like land acknowledgements that are nice and all, but, without action tied to them, what are they really worth? So, thanks so much. And the thing that I don't think I saw it all in the other presentation about activities too, and something that I found really that got a lot of people's interest, including mine, at Falling Waters Festival this last year, was lacrosse, and pre-colonial lacrosse. Yeah. And I would like to see us prioritize that and make that more accessible and maybe even a full-on program through MPRB. So there was a lot of interest, and people were really curious about it, and I'd like to see that.
We're so competitive. We are very, very competitive. From a very young age, like I said, I was a Parks kid.
Yeah.
And every game you could think of. I mean, that's what we played, and it was against each other and girls against boys, and so again, yeah, our little Stewart Park was a place where we could practice all of that sharing and having fun. You know, that like it's lacrosse is fast and it's furious and it can even be a little bit rough. And that's the way we like it, you know? So let's do it. Let's do it.
Sounds good, yeah. So
Yeah.
ongoing conversation, but maybe we need to have a special meeting to work through all these different things. But I appreciate, yeah, it's not as easy as it seems to just land back and everything else.
Yeah.
But it's about moving at the speed of trust, that's for sure. And it's all about building and keeping trust, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So let's keep doing that.
Great.
Thanks.
Will do.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for this. You know, I actually played some lacrosse in high school, so I might have to pull out my old my stick there. So, it's yeah. I mean, this has been wonderful to see this develop, and everything. It has such a bright future. I think, just kind of, I really feel a lot of excitement from this new board for kind of fulfilling the promise of this action plan and empowering it. It really is one of these things that, a local government could absolutely start off doing and then just kind of let die on the vine. Or, it's only as powerful as we make it. And I really think that this board is going to make it quite powerful. And I'm excited to see what, how that happens. And yeah, land back, I think that's interesting. I think philosophically, I absolutely agree with it, but I think it's something that is like, we will have to see so much before that where then we can feel comfortable. And maybe that's a decade away, who knows, or more. But, I think we're seeing, almost, and maybe it'll transition and morph and grow into a different concept. I mean, what we're kind of seeing with Wamni Okodiapi and kind of moving to stewardship and kind of reassessing how we interact with land or with the Minnehaha Dog Park, depending on what happens there. It could be that there's a new concept for us of kind of joint partnership and joint stewardship and public land and bringing people in and acknowledging that. So it's all very exciting. Thank you for this work. I really look forward to working and having this new board engage. I think there's some good,
We're excited
exciting
to
years
work
ahead.
with you too.
Yeah. So, all right. Anything else? Anything else? Okay. Well, thank you both so much.
Gigawabamin means I will see you again.
Giga Wabaman.
Gigawabamin.
Okay. We are now on to petitions and communications. Sorry, we'll start. We went that way. We'll start with you, Commissioner Engelhardt.
I'm still getting used to buttons on the mic and the thing. So, I mean, we just got sworn in January 2nd of this year, but it feels like about 20 years. We've had one really big thing in front of us, which just 2 weeks ago at our last meeting, we defined Operation Metro Surge as in effect as long as President Trump is in office. And I think that's the truth. And I'm still, I really have nothing but swear words when I think about what some of our state leaders are normalizing as a number. We heard 150 as the number December 1, and that's a surge number. And now we're normalizing 190. And we heard 650 yesterday when our senior senator was asking questions of the DHS director. So we're not in the clear here. We've worked really hard as a board, and the superintendent's office has worked really hard to get where we can. But wrestling with the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution when they say they're enforcing immigration and it has nothing to do with immigration has overshadowed everything. I want to start paying attention to more things than this one big thing that's been in our face, and I have been. Like seeing volleyball's popularity, that's exciting. I have constituents that are excited about having open gym volleyball in District 1. So, come to me about issues, but if I haven't been as quick on it, it's because, it's been a triage situation. And I am really excited about big picture things, but also making sure we keep the lights on and maintain everything. I'm happy that the Golden Boot was awarded to a District 1 park. We're number one in all the ways. So, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of work to be done, and we're far from out of the woods from what's happening with the federal government, to say the least. But I think we got a great board, and, we're going to do what we can. Thanks.
Commissioner Rucker.
Yeah, I stopped by North Commons Park. It's coming along really well. Just can't wait till it opens up. Community has been giving me calls about trying to do a tour, but they can't do a tour right now. But it's coming along. Just can't wait till the doors open.
Thanks for that. Commissioner Benny.
All right. So last time I was at the dais, I received a thoughtful letter in the mail from Zeta, a student at Fair School of Arts, expressing her passion for increasing rooftop gardens in downtown Minneapolis. She highlighted how these gardens could help counter deforestation in Minnesota, support local wildlife, enable urban residents to grow fruit and vegetables closer to home, and create relaxing green spaces amid the city. Zeta encouraged us to inform apartment owners and residents about starting such gardens and to spread awareness. I let her know that I would share this information at the meeting during petitions and communications. And just inspired by her ideas, I'd like to emphasize the value of pursuing small garden opportunities across the city. This aligns well with our existing community garden program, which provides free plots in neighborhood parks for residents to cultivate their own produce, foster pollinator habitats, and enjoy communal green spaces. So I just wanted to say that it was really nice to get a very nicely addressed handwritten letter. And then I'll also say, this is such a great benefit of being a commissioner. Last week I went to Burroughs Elementary School for they were doing a readathon, and I got to read in 3 classrooms, which was pretty fun. So that's it for me.
Very cool. Commissioner Garcia.
All right, thank you, President Olson. Wow, was it only last weekend already? I was fortunate to attend a meeting held by Ward 7 City Councilwoman Elizabeth Schaefer, where we talked about mutual aid and the needs in schools and things like that. And the focus was really put on schools and what continued aid their students need and things like that. So I just want to continue to lift that up, that where the headlines about Metro Surge are dwindling, but the needs are still strong. There are still many children who need food, who need stability, and who need safety. So I just wanted to make sure that we are all keeping our eyes on the needs that have been created that are going to last for months and years going forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Carvajal-Moran.
Yeah, I wanted to share with other commissioners about a event. I think today's meeting, we heard, just safety is something that is really, really heavy on my heart. And so I wanted to invite folks to Dreaming Restorative Futures Circle series. This is happening on Monday, March 23rd from 5:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. And so this is a collective to end, hosted by End Youth Prison campaign, hosted by the Legal Rights Center, partnering with young people, families, and adult community members that have relationship with the incarceration system, school discipline, harmful law enforcement interactions, and other legal systems. And so the organizer reached out to me looking for support in inviting other electeds and just anyone that wants to support in this conversation. And so I just wanted to put that out there. I will be attending, and so just wanted to pass the invite to other commissioners as well, and community as well.
Thank you for that. Vice President Desponde.
I was deputized the birthday greeter by Commissioner Forney, so happy birthday to Katie Dennison. Is Katie here? Maybe she's not. No. Oh, okay, all right. Well, happy birthday to Katie from the entire board, and I also have a card for her from Commissioner Forney. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Love that, deputize. I will pass. And then with that, I will call an end to the, at 8:33, the full board meeting, and on to admin and finance.
Okay, at 8:33, I am calling to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Secretary Ringel, may you please call the roll?
Certainly. Vice President Deshpande.
Here.
Commissioner Engelhardt. Commissioner Garcia.
Here.
Co-Chair Forney absent. Co-Chair Carbajal Moran.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Perfect. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I will move that.
Perfect. Is there any discussion? Any opposed? Okay, all those in favor, can I get an aye or?
Aye.
All those opposed? Perfect, that passes. Would someone please move our resolution?
I move Resolution 2026-32, resolution approving lease agreement with Pamela Smith for commercial space at 1828 Marshall Street Northeast, Unit 14B, located within the Above the Falls Regional Park for a term of 1 year, effective April 1, 2026, at the lease rate of $1,500 per month gross, including utilities and taxes.
Is there any discussion? I'll recognize Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, just curious what, I'm familiar with the property. We talked about it 2 weeks ago. What is, yeah, what's being, do we know what, for what purpose it's being rented?
Good evening again. Chair Carvajal Moran, Commissioner Engelhardt. Yes, as is in the background, I believe she'll be using it for an art studio.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? No? Okay. Okay. So with that being said, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Resolution 2026-32, can you say aye? Perfect.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? Okay, that resolution passes. That is the only resolution on the agenda. So with that being said, I adjourn at 8:36, the Administration and Finance Committee.
Okay, so I call the Employee Relations Committee to order. I don't know, am I doing it right? Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Deshpande.
Here.
Commissioner Frederick, absent. Commissioner Garcia.
Present.
Vice Chair Rucker.
Here.
Chair Engelhardt.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I don't believe we have approval of minutes, and we just have one discussion item on the agenda. Is that correct?
Chair Engelhardt, that's correct, but we should also approve the agenda first.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I so move.
Second?
Don't need a
Oh,
second.
you don't need a second. Thank you. All right. So moving on to the discussion item on compensation study, report and
We have to
overview.
vote on the agenda.
What?
We have to say aye to the agenda.
Oh, do we approve the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Now you can ask any opposed.
Any opposed?
then you can articulate that it passed.
Okay, the agenda has passed. Sorry, I'm really on the struggle bus right now. All right, so with approval of the agenda, we'll move on to the one item on the agenda, the discussion item, compensation study report and overview.
Good evening, Chair Engelhardt and Commissioners. I am Annie McBurney. I'm the Compensation and Job Classification Analyst in Human Resources. I've been asked to share about our compensation plan and the most recent organization-wide market-based wage study that was performed. Then I'll turn it over to Director Wiseman. A tenet of MPRB's compensation philosophy is that we strive to be an exceptionally desirable place for high-achieving, innovative, and specialized talent to work. To achieve that, we leverage a number of strategies, including the one on the screen, to attract, retain, and engage high-quality talent needed to fulfill its mission. MPRB will endeavor to set its wage scales and compensation structures at competitive levels in the labor market from which it draws talent and to which it potentially loses talent. Our long-term goal is to have our top step for each position be 5 to 10% above the market median. To help get us there, we utilize a point factor compensation structure, which is informed by market salary data. So why is this important? Why do we spend time thinking about this? By strengthening our underlying compensation structure, we get closer to multiple desirable outcomes that build upon and through one another. Talent acquisition gets the right people in the door. Strong market placement gives people a reason to stay. Wage compression relief allows room for growth and development. And pay equity ensures equitable ratios between different employee groups. These all help us strengthen our position as an employer of choice to the benefit of our workforce and ultimately to the benefit of the organization. There are a few key terms we'll be using that can have different definitions in different workplaces and contexts, so I want to clarify how we use them in the context of MPRB compensation. Annual wage increases are provided across different job categories. This is how our overall salary structure moves. These are negotiated with the unions or determined by the superintendent depending on the job category. Step increases are how an employee progresses through their individual pay scale. These are typically based on an anniversary date and have 5 steps with 4.5% for the first 2 increases and 4% for the last 2. There is some variation here though, depending on the position or the job category. Reclassification is a job study to determine if a job description is still accurate to the tasks an employee performs and to the business needs of the organization. This is more job duty focused, but can have implications to pay as well, depending on the outcome of the study. A market-based wage study is a process that compares our MPRB jobs against relevant positions in the market. We perform these every few years, and we'll talk about the most recent one shortly. These pieces all work in tandem with our overall points factor compensation structure. MPRB's primary compensation structure is the Crescent Points Factor System. It was developed for the city of Minneapolis in the 1960s, and we in the city still use it. A points factor system looks at the job duties and the minimum qualifications of a position to assign points based on predetermined and defined compensable factors. The CRESIP system has 6 compensable factors: prerequisite knowledge, which are the minimum qualifications someone needs to enter the role; decisions and actions, which describe the independence and autonomy an incumbent has; supervisory responsibilities, which includes responsibilities defined by PELRA for both direct and indirect reports; relationships, which considers the different types of relationship responsibilities and interactions encountered in the role; working conditions, which are the types and levels of discomfort or inconvenience experienced; and effort, which includes physical effort, mental effort, or a combination of the two. Points are assigned based on the duties and tasks in the job description. By scoring each position on these same factors, we can compare dissimilar positions in similar ways, which allows us to establish an internal structure. Then, when we have new or reclassified positions, we can more easily score them and add them into that structure to set a pay range in alignment with other similarly scored positions. It is at this point in the process where we also review market salary data to confirm that our internal structures align with the market. So if CRESIP is the points factor system, what is the market-based pay that informs it? World at Work describes market-based pay as utilizing pay statistics from relevant labor markets to establish pay ranges. Relevant labor markets comprise organizations of comparable size with jobs comparable to ours that require comparable skill sets. For MPRB, we prefer government entities, but we can also draw talent from the private sector, so we may include non-governmental organizations when appropriate. These market pay statistics come from salary surveys. Third-party compensation survey companies send out these salary surveys, which include job descriptions, to participating organizations, and participating organizations match the survey job duties and qualifications to their internal positions, job descriptions, and qualifications. Then the participating organizations report what the actual salaries are for their individual employees in those roles. MPRB does participate in these surveys when possible. Third-party survey companies collect hundreds, if not thousands, of data points reflecting the actual pay rates for a job description. They clean, validate, and analyze the data, then report the central tendency statistics for each job's pay data. These surveys are important because there are limitations around how compensation data can be collected and used to avoid price fixing. Data has to be robust and aggregated, for example, so that one employer doesn't have too strong an influence on the market. And since these third-party survey companies also validate the data, compensation professionals can trust it's not anecdotal, inflated, or misleading. Here at MPRB, we use this salary data ad hoc when we're pricing individual positions, and we also use it to perform organization-wide market-based wage studies. We perform these wage studies every few years to confirm our market position on an organizational level, and the most recent one was performed in 2024. We issued an RFP in the spring, and through that process, we engaged an outside compensation consultant to perform the study, which wrapped up that fall. The consultant began the process by helping firm up our compensation philosophy and strategy. Then, using those as a platform, the consultant established a market peer group, collected the necessary salary surveys, and analyzed close to 200 MPRB positions against the resulting market data. During the data analysis and comparison phase, the consultant had to consider a number of additional market indicators to make informed decisions about what salary data was relevant to our jobs. Each of these indicators can impact pay rates in different ways for different types of positions. Markets utilized depends on availability of data for types of positions and candidate pools. Regional fluctuations can include rural versus urban or desirability of an area. Total compensation is a big factor as well, including time off, benefits, or variable pay, which all vary widely between industries. Duties and qualifications influence which positions are used as market matches to ensure proper comparisons and tiering. There are other factors as well, like size of a workforce, public or private business, revenue or budget, which all contribute to determining which data is a good match or what adjustments may need to be made. Based on the targeted market position established in our compensation strategy, the consultant utilized the market data to establish a median pay rate for each position. The median pay rate is the middle of the pay rates reported, meaning half of the organizations pay higher than that and half pay lower. Using the market median is standard practice across most industries and organizations to establish a salary range midpoint based on their target market positions. But MPRB has a wage step progression instead of traditional salary ranges, which means our employees move through our pay ranges faster than in many other workforces. We also have a lot of longevity and retention here, which results in the majority of our employees being paid at or near their top step. So that is where we are targeting our market median. And we established 5% to 10% above market as our target range because it is above market pay without raising the cost of labor excessively. I'm intentionally using the term cost of labor here. This is how much a company has to spend in order to attract and retain their labor or talent. It's based on supply and demand. How big is a candidate pool, and what do we have to offer qualified candidates? If there is a large candidate pool and less competition, the wage rate may be lower. For highly specialized positions, there are fewer candidates, which may force the pay scale higher. This is separate from cost of living, which reflects the cost of a market basket of goods and services the average consumer typically pays for. There is a relationship between cost of living and cost of labor, but they are not the same. After looking at hundreds of jobs and all the corresponding market data, balancing all the different factors and market considerations, and analyzing the results in comparison to NPRB pay rates, the consultant found that overall, NPRB is in pretty good shape. Many of our jobs were already at or close to that target position of 5 to 10% over market pricing. The consultant found that some positions are lower than market and some are significantly higher, but we expected to see some variation along those lines. As a result of this study, we did make a few targeted adjustments to some non-represented positions, and we shared the consultant's findings with our labor partners for their relevant positions. It has also influenced how we continue to navigate our pay decisions. We continue to bargain in good faith with our unions. Our labor is one of our greatest assets, and we value those relationships. We didn't reduce anyone's pay based on this study. Incumbents in roles that have pay scales above the market have not had their pay lowered. NPRB continues to be dedicated to moving our pay scales into that target above market zone, but this is a process and it is ongoing. Budgets, collective bargaining, labor costs, and market movements are all active and continuous considerations. And I think Director Wiseman is going to get into that a little bit more.
Good evening, Chair Engelhardt and Commissioners. I'm Julie Wiseman, the Finance Director at the Park Board. This PowerPoint will be placed on our public website under the budget area. So if you want to refer back to this PowerPoint, you can. I just have a brief presentation to talk through what are the trends that we're seeing with wage and fringe? How do we budget for wage and fringe during the budget process? And then some considerations for this board as we continue to enter into the 27-28 budget. So first, the trends. Labor contracts normally include a general wage increase on employee salaries and can also include other monetary items such as longevity, safety allowance, overtime. After the impacts of the Great Recession and before COVID, annual wage increases for government employees were generally in the range of 2 to 3% a year. Inflation was low during this period of time. From 2021 to 2022, labor contracts settled slightly lower increases than prior years due to the uncertainty caused by COVID. Then moving in to the following years with a continued strong labor market and high inflation, contracts of agencies settling after 2023 have included larger annual wage increases. The NPRB has approved labor contracts with increases of 4.5% in 2025 and 3% in 2026. For our part-time provisional staff, wages have actually increased above the Minneapolis minimum wage, which is currently $16.30 per hour. We've needed to do that in order to attract more applicants and compete with other entities. So how do we budget for wage and fringe? If we have a settled contract for the year that we are budgeting, we use the settled contract, so it includes the wage schedules, the step increases, any adjustments to other monetary items are all included in what we call our current service level budget, and it's automatically included going forward. For unsettled contracts, we have a term called provision for wage adjustment, and we use our We may have contracts that have already settled for the coming year. We will use that information. We also look at other government entities to see what kind of settled contracts are already out there for other agencies. And we use that as a basis for estimates. And we estimate it as a lump sum, called provision for wage adjustments. For reclassifications, wage studies, or other negotiated changes, we will initially estimate those as a provision for wage adjustment as well. So, for example, the 2025 budget included a $300,000 provision for wage adjustment as the estimated impact of the 2024 market study. And then another example is in 2019, an additional step for arborists and park keepers was negotiated into the contract. So for the 2020 budget, we budgeted $264,000 as the impact for those additional steps. As we look to the 2027 and 2028 budget process, again, I'll remind you that our general fund is heavily reliant on property taxes, with 81% of our budget supported by this one funding source. Wages and fringe is almost 73% of the general fund expenditure budget. 86% of our union workforce is accounted for and funded within the general fund. So as we enter into union negotiations, I provide a lot of information to the union membership around the general fund, and that's why, because it's most impactful to the general fund. When you think about budgeting in the general fund, a wage increase to the general fund budget requires either an increase to property taxes or an offsetting expenditure reduction. So just to kind of get you set, if all certified and appointed positions received an additional 1% general wage increase in the general fund, the impact would be approximately $625,000. If you were going to fund that by an expenditure reduction, that could equate to approximately 5 full-time positions. Otherwise, you would need to increase property taxes by 0.67%. If all certified positions received a 5% general wage increase, that multiplies everything by 5, so it would be an impact to the general fund of $3.1 million. If you had to cut $3.1 million from the general fund budget, that would be 25 FTEs. Otherwise, you would have to increase property taxes by 3.35%. I wanted to talk about the general wage increase. This is a schedule that we use to communicate with the board and to the public, comparing ourselves to other local jurisdictions. This chart is for illustrative purposes. The City of Minneapolis union contracts have settled for varying increases. We have selected to show the City of Minneapolis 363 contract because it's most similar to our contract, but we could provide other city contracts as well if requested. For the City of St. Paul, the AFSCME contract is a contract that has settled for 2026, and so that's why that one is being reflected on this chart. And then we have Ramsey County and Hennepin County. You can see the uncertainty of COVID being reflected in the wage increases in 2021 and 2022 for Ramsey County and the city of St. Paul, where they have a 0.5 increase or a 0% increase, and in 2022 it's a 1.5% increase. For the city of Minneapolis, it was reflected in 2021 with a 1.5% increase. The MPRB wage increases were maintained throughout the period presented. And our average overall annual growth over this 8-year period is 3.3% per year, a cumulative growth of 26.5%, and it reflects the highest accumulated growth of the reflective local jurisdictions. And with that, I will open up for questions.
Vice President Deshpande.
I had a question about something Ms. McBurney said. You mentioned price fixing. Could you repeat what that was in relation to?
Just as a general regulation, there are antitrust restrictions around how wage data can be collected and distributed. So we have to adhere to that to an extent. There's a little wiggle room since government salaries are public, but we keep that in mind as we are going through these market studies. And since the providers of salary surveys are providing for more than just government entities, they have to keep these limitations in mind as they're providing the data.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Abene.
Thank you, Chair Engelhardt. I'm not on this committee, but I just wanted to comment. I really support the market analysis approach and that it's ongoing. You know, not somebody just coming in with a consultant, doing it once and going away. Because I think that, you know, as you said so well, you know, I mean, it's a benefit to the organization to remain competitive too, not just fairness, but this is also a benefit to the citizens of Minneapolis, you know, to look at it selfishly. And I'll also say, I do think it's a pretty, I'd say, progressive policy to be, to target that, what was it? It was be at the median or 105%, is that what it was?
Yes, our target is to have the top step of our positions 5 to 10% above that market median.
Okay, and I'll just say my employer, who shall remain nameless, but there's a giant gopher as its mascot. I think we have to be just at 0.75. That's they just try to scoop us off the bottom of that periodically. So, good job, Park Board. Thanks.
Any other questions from commissioners? I do have one. So when we were in the formula looking at $625,000 equating a 1%, that's not, or that is also calculating for people that are still eligible for steps. That 1% is across the board, or sometimes referred to as a COLA, correct?
Chair Engelhardt, this is the wage growth, so not the steps.
So, yeah, across the board, or sometimes referred to as COLA. Thank you. Any other, from any other commissioners? Okay. I mean, I thank you so much for this presentation. I don't know if everyone's aware, I certainly wasn't quite as aware as I should have been as the chair of this committee, that the 363 contract expires December 31 of this year. And so do the AFSCME collective bargaining agreements. So we'll be in bargaining before you know it with two of our biggest collective bargaining units. So it's important, you know, the language that was used in this presentation, on top of course, the numbers. Employer of choice, that's the goal. It's good to see these numbers, and wage comps matter, and to have a process to work within that. At the state, I've been a business agent at MAPE. Next week it'll be 14 years representing state employees, and CRESAP is what we refer to as hay, you know, so it's just a slightly different thing, but a similar system. And, you know, there's a process called wage and equity bargaining, but it sounds like that exists here as well to bring people up that are in a specific classification that might be a little under for whatever reason, market forces, et cetera. So, yeah, thank you so much for this presentation, and especially with those 2 big contracts expiring at the end of this calendar year. It's helpful for all of us as commissioners and the public to have that information. Anything else from commissioners? Okay, motion to adjourn? Oh, well, the Committee of Employee Relations is adjourned. There's the gavel.